We're all set for day number 2, round number 3 of this West Indies Championship encounter between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. A quick look back at how things progressed yesterday. Barbados Pride, they won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. The experience of Kemar Roach back in to the thick of things. And it was a good start, you would say, at the top for Jamaica. But then an early strangle down the leg side, and things started to look a bit shaky, I guess you would say, given the experience that man in the captain, John Campbell, brought to the fore of things. Ramon Simmons, he enjoyed his time in the sunshine as well. Didn't necessarily pick up the wickets that he wanted to, but he bowled well at the top of things. And when you think about the surface yesterday, a lot more bounce in it, a lot more pace, and it was really conducive for the fast bowlers, and something that I think the Jamaica Scorpions will look to extract at the start of play here today. An error in judgment brought about the fall of Kirk McKenzie, and then the experience of Jamel Warrican came into the fore, and he grabbed himself another one. He's been very effective when you think about this first class championship, picking up quite a few wickets, not just in the game last week, but also here. And the reason why Barbados Pride have been as successful as they have been, things kind of trickled along for the Jamaica Scorpions. A partnership formed between Javel Glenn at the crease, who's back into things at the first class level, and he played a couple big expansive shots when you think about it. And then Kemar Roach was back into it, and very soon you're going to see him picking up a wicket as well, because that experience is what truly came to the fore. And at one stage Barbados Pride thought as if maybe the partnerships will run away from them, and things just started to then happen for them again. Shem Holder back into the thick of things, coming on the back of what was a 6-wicket haul in that game versus the Academy, and once again picking up wickets. The experience of Kemar Roach, yeah, he was on display and on show, and that's the reason why Barbados Pride have picked him back into the side. And just one by one, Blackwood, he was the last nail, you would say, in terms of the anchor for the innings. But no, then came O'Dean Smith, and he certainly lit things up, finding his way towards what was his second first class half century. We were telling ourselves that just maybe today could be the day that we see him go on towards something even bigger. He pumped them to all parts of the ground, O'Dean Smith, and what was a very good back-end partnership. Himself and Javor Royal pumped the Barbados Pride to all parts of the ground. A couple lapses in judgment in the field allowed Royal to have himself a couple more runs in this contest. But in the end, when Barbados Pride look at how things truly developed, I think that they can be relatively happy with the results of the day. We're thinking that pace would have been it given the conditions, but it truly proved to be spin, as we're going to see very soon the captain Craig Brathwaite bring himself into the attack, and his figures in fact ended up being figures of 2 for 2 when he came to have a bowl. And what were the latter stages of the evening? Javor Royal, yeah, he was looking on track for what would have been his highest first class score. At the moment it still remains at 46, but Craig Brathwaite brought himself into the thick of things, and he brought about the end, I would say, of the last 2 wickets. A caught and a stumping. Smart work by Linico Boucher to bring about the end of that Jamaica Scorpions innings. So 231 all out. Barbados winning the toss, and they would say that it was a good day 1 for them. As we begin to approach day 2 now, it's beautiful sunshine outside, and you would say that we were a little concerned given the weather and showers that we had around. But Hendy Wallace alongside of me. Hendy, how do you see day 2 shaping up here?
Good morning to you, Joel, and good morning to all of our viewers. I think Barbados Pride will say mission accomplished yesterday, having dismissed the Jamaica Scorpions, and after winning the toss and asking them to bat, I think they'll be very satisfied. And just had that tricky period of a couple of overs before stumps yesterday, and they succeeded in being undefeated in that period of play. So I think it's all systems go for Barbados. They first of all will want to negotiate the first hour of play. It's a little bit earlier this morning, half an hour earlier, so there may be just some freshness on the pitch with the covers only coming off recently. And so we had some showers earlier, and then with the rolling and stuff, so it may just freshen up the pitch momentarily. I wouldn't expect that to last very long because it's still very blustery out there. Sunshine is there now, so you reckon that the first hour is what is the most difficult for Barbados to negotiate. in what is still a very good batting surface. There is some live grass, as has already been mentioned, but not anything to be overly concerned about. The Jamaica Scorpions now will feel the need to get early wickets. They have to get early wickets to get back into this contest. And of course, they'll be very aware of the contribution from Craig Brathwaite and what he means to the Barbados pride.
Well, O'Dean Smith with ball in hand from the Joel Garner end to get things started on day number 2. As we mentioned, that first hour period, I was actually in conversation out on the field a little early this morning. I was saying that first 8 overs, when we think about just a bit of moisture rising to the top, when we think about the cool conditions and the overnight rain that we had, even the morning rain that we had, I'm telling myself that 4 apiece from either seamer, those will be extremely important here at the start of things. Can O'Dean Smith, and I expect that Marquino Mindley will pair from the other end, can they put together a good partnership in terms of bowling spell at the top?
And that's not the sort of start the Scorpions will want from O'Dean Smith. And it's always very frustrating as a bowling coach when you see this sort of approach. They would have spent time warming up, etc. And you really expect your, I don't want to say experienced bowlers, but your senior bowlers to be hitting the strap. So something as simple as giving Craig Brathwaite an easy nudge into the leg side to get off strike. You don't expect that sort of thing from your senior performers.
Yeah, can they buckle down and come good at the start of play today? When they look at that 231, they will say that it's probably under where they would have liked to be, given that they actually would have preferred to have batted first as well. But interestingly enough, what that 231 has done is pretty much open up the game somewhat to the point whereby you basically expect that there will be a result now in this contest because of it.
Well, I think generally speaking, if there's no weather interruptions in first class cricket, you normally expect to get a result in 4 days anyway. We always say that when a team gets bowled out on the first day, even if they make 300, you get bowled out on the first day, you leave a lot for the opposition to ponder. So 231 to me is well below par. I reckon par on this pitch was probably about 280, 290. So I think Barbados is the happier team at the moment.
Yeah, certainly the happier team, but we'll have to navigate situations like that. Just a bit of additional bounce, especially at the start of the day. Still a very new ball in the hand of Jamaica Scorpions as well. And I think that I'm thinking about a possibility of an X factor in this morning session. I'm thinking about Marquino Mindley. I'm thinking about that first over that he bowled and how he troubled Craig Brathwaite, how he troubled Zachary McCaskey as well. A near miss in terms of a call for a caught behind. Thinking he could be the one. End of the first over of the day. It's 10 without loss.
Marquino Mindley, as expected. Marquino Mindley, as expected, coming into the attack. And as you said yesterday, created one or two concerns for the opening batters. But we saw enough in that first over from O'Dean Smith. One would think he'd be encouraged. We saw one delivery just lifting off a good length. And he bowls a very heavy ball, strong shoulders. Marquino Mindley is probably more known for his swing, to swing the ball away from the right-hander. And he has some experience because he played with the Barbados Pride for one season. So there'll be some familiarity.
Starts a little too straight with that one. Just worked away for the single.
And that field is strategically placed at the backward square position for Craig Brathwaite. And that really works twofold. You want to obviously attack the stumps and its pads, but because he plays that leg glance in the air a bit, that fielder that was at backward square for Craig Brathwaite was another catching option.
A quick single. In the end, good work on both ends, you would say. A good early call from McCaskey. Good work being done by Glenn running around at mid-off. So good cricket to start the morning period. And there's those types of half chances as well. If they can maybe capitalize on when I think about Barbados Pride and a couple of the half chances and runouts that they missed and what that could have done for Jamaica Scorpions in terms of their total.
So we probably could get a look at that fielder at the backward square position, almost like a short fine leg. And it's obviously a deliberate effort. Craig Brathwaite is still shaping to play that leg glance. So Minley ideally would want to be at the stumps. He's got the two slips, he's got the gully, but he's also got that fielder at that short fine leg position, almost like a leg slip. Let's call it that. He's just a little bit deep for a leg slip, but that is an attacking option here for the Jamaican Scorpions.
What an absolute gem of a delivery. Just shaping away off the seam from Craig Brathwaite. Asking early questions. I go back to thinking this first 8. What can Jamaica Scorpions do in the exchanges of these first 8? What can O'Dean Smith do to back up Marquino Minley? Scamper another quick one to close out the over. 3 runs from it. It's 13 without loss.
There, this is very another. Oh, the Barbados camp look very comfortable. Jonathan Drake's scheduled to come in at number 3 with the pads on. It's another blustery morning here at Kensington Oval. Maybe not ideal for the fast bowlers having to run into that breeze, but here's O'Dean Smith.
That's a good area that he can operate from. I think the key to it was actually length of the delivery. So it's that length that occasionally Craig Brathwaite struggles with, especially outside the off, where he just begins to feel for it ever so slightly. Well, he was given width on that occasion. It's not often in the innings, rather early in the innings, we see Craig Brathwaite attempting to play that full-blooded cut shot.
Well, it's a favored area of his, behind point. It's interesting that he got that one very square, so he obviously picked the length early. Well, he should be in good touch, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is coming off the back of what was a very patient-filled double hundred. And given how this game is set up, he can actually position himself for something similar, given that we're here at the start of day 2. He's got another long batch of time in the middle, Craig Brathwaite.
Well, early signs of what we did not see from the Jamaica Scorpion top order, the aggressive running between the wickets. And that last delivery is not the line or length that you want to bowl to Craig Brathwaite, because he has a way of going across his stumps and getting outside the line to work the ball into the leg side.
Given width again. This time is able to capitalize. This time able to find the gap and the boundary.
Odin Smith does not look a happy camper. Something is not right with him. I'm not sure if it's his rhythm. But that was the rank long hop outside the off stump. Ask is wide, but a scoring opportunity. So no surprise that although it was that wide, Brathwaite was still prepared to go after it. And to hit it in front of square on the offside would suggest that maybe Smith is down a bit on pace. He doesn't seem to be rushing the batsman as I expect from him. I think the ball may have just got into some moisture when it went over the boundary line and onto the covers. Just ask the umpire to have a look. There's not really much he can do apart from maybe polish it or dry it. But Smith will have to continue with it. And he wants to improve on that last delivery.
Finds the improvement. 6 runs in the over, 19 without loss. McCaskey had a close shout in the shadows of yesterday. Delivery that kicked from the surface and took the forearm. On that occasion, umpire Crawford didn't believe it took the glove. No, just feeling for one that actually kicked as well from the surface. Good pace on that one from Mindley.
And that's really his forte. He gets very tight into the stumps. So he's really presenting the ball from between wicket and wicket. So that naturally draws the batsman into playing. And as the angle, it can sometimes end up at 4th stump, 5th stump. But you're drawn into it from where it's presented when it leaves his hands. So you just have a look. You'll see look at that front foot, how close he gets into the stumps. So it's not quite a round arm action, but it's not at the perpendicular. So the natural angle will be taking the ball towards the slips, and that's why he's such a wily customer. He sort of draws you into the shot, and often you've heard batters say, I probably should have left that alone, but he then gets the odd delivery to straighten. So once it starts on the stumps, as a batter, you're forced to play.
He's found a good rhythm to start the morning, Minley. Can't necessarily say that he's bowled a bad delivery for the morning. And this is just where I go back to saying, who is that bowler that's going to support him? Because if he's keeping things tight at one end, but runs are flowing at the other, no real pressure is being built onto the batters. He's just forcing McCaskey to think of playing all the deliveries. Just to one left in this over. 2 slips in a gully, a man at backward point. A man at extra cover and a mid-off on the offside. It goes full, and a maiden over is what it is. It remains 19 without loss. Much better from Smith. Just ever so often, just where Craig Brathwaite is beginning to make an inspection of the field, or rather of the pitch. The ball's just ever so slightly kicking for what is just generally a good length on this surface.
And I really think that Jamaica should really go hunting for wickets, just the 2 slips in the gully. And I suppose when O'Dean Smith follows up that very good first delivery with such a poor delivery second up, then the captain is probably not as convinced. But I'd like to see maybe the mid-on into the short leg position early on, seeing that he's getting 1 or 2 balls to kick. You want to grab at any possibility of getting a wicket. But the captain must have the confidence that the bowler can stick to the plan. I see the short extra cover in position there on the left of your screen. But for, this early period with a bowler like Smith who can extract a bit of bounce, I would think that the catching area would probably be leg gully, forward short leg, or gully.
I think he's just struggling to find that consistency at the start of the morning. You just see him just going through the motions in terms of, okay, this is where I want that ball to be landing. I think that's the only factor going against him at the moment. Into his 3rd over now. And there's where I mentioned, just struggling to find what is a consistent line and length. And occasionally just offering that whiff to Craig Brathwaite.
Well, he's not comfortable with something. He's scratching at the crease. He's looking at his studs. He's probably going to adjust his marker again. And you look at the construct of an over. No runs off the over so far, so he's on the point of a maiden over. But you look at the construct of the over after that first ball, which you'll be going like, oh yes, more of that. The next 4 deliveries have been very innocuous.
Well, it ends up being, I was going to say a maiden over, but no ball, no signaled by umpire Nigel Duguid. Yeah, it's true. Just after every delivery, having a look at those spikes. Of course, we mentioned the fact that there was a lot of heavy overnight rain and rain as well, probably about an hour before the start of play. Just a measure of discomfort potentially in that run-up, maybe even where he's landing, O'Dean Smith. Finishes the over well though, just a no ball in it. It's 20 without loss.
Jamaica Scorpions with the emergency feelers, having a chat there with the Barbados Pride assistant coach in Brian Hines, former left arm spinner, batting all-rounder, Barbados and West Indies. We're just trying to think any moisture on the crease, the area where Smith was having a concern, may have something to do with the remarking of the lines.
Beautiful from McCaskey. High elbows and execution on point. His first boundary of the morning.
Easily the shot of the morning. The timing really was the key. Playing slightly away from the body, but the head was in line. So timing and placement, that's all you need.
Just guilty of giving just a bit too much width on that occasion. Finds his area again though, Minley. Nice to see though that sign to the ball still being able to run away nicely on this outfield. It was a little heavy at the start of play yesterday. It all just goes back to the amount of rain that we've had in the last couple of days.
Just correcting the error there, Minley, not given any more width. And there were two things that really worked in the favor for McCaskey, that boundary. It was slightly shorter in length, and by that it meant that it was going away a lot earlier. So he got that width as well to essay that back foot drive.
Now Minley guilty of overstepping. Just confirmation that it was a slight overstep, nothing too major. But even slight is enough to cause pain, especially if he had found the edge on that delivery. Just made a quick adjustment to his run-up, Minley. He's asking questions this morning. I just think if maybe they were able to get one or two more overs out of Minley yesterday evening, given the conditions, given the pressure, it could have gone in Jamaica's favor. But here we are at the start of the morning, still looking for the first wicket of the day for the Scorpions.
A slightly different approach from the batters today. I think yesterday was all about self-preservation, preserving the wicket. Today it's a slightly different mindset where it's about negotiating that early period that you spoke about, first hour's play, 8 overs as you call it. But balanced with the fact of still trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So every scoring opportunity they're going to look to take. And what caught my eye from the very start was the aggressive running between the wickets.
Five runs in the over. It's 25 without loss.
So it looks like Jermaine Blackwood will be coming into the attack in this newfound bowling style. Well, it's certainly new for me. I saw in the last couple of games he was bowling. He had some success, and when I followed, I realized he was bowling medium pace. So he's obviously developed a new skill set, certainly when he was playing for the West Indies. His occasional bowling was off spin. But he's had some success. He's got some wickets in the regional tournament this year. So a big ask here. He's been brought in to replace O'Dean Smith.
When I think of Blackwood and the medium pace that he bowls, I think he comes across as one of those deceptive characters because you naturally, given that you know him to be a batter, you kind of relax a bit, and occasionally he just slides onto you just a little quicker than you might expect. Obviously not coming from a high trajectory. So naturally, I guess, just a little skiddy as a bowler, Blackwood. What he does is occasionally bowls it in good areas. I can tell you he'll be cock-a-hoots if he's able to pick up one here today. Yeah, that's a nice celebration about him when he picks up a wicket, Blackwood.
Yeah, 5'5". I would expect him to extract any extraordinary bounce. As I said, I think it'd be more skidding the ball, as you said, onto the batter. And I think he does get the ball to shape in a bit. So he'd be obviously challenging those pads. But just interesting to see him bowl. He's got 3 slips.
When I see him, I actually think about Darren Bravo and his medium pace. I think I like to compare the two. Not that I'm promoting Bravo as a medium pace, even though he would like to hear that if he was listening this morning. Bravo, good morning to you. But
I hope he's not hearing the comparison.
But now he'll be happy because I'm going to talk about how he swings the ball as well, because that's what he likes to banter with me about, you know, how much he gets that ball to in swing and sets up batters and then takes it away and takes the edge. And that's why he's accustomed to bowling with 3 slips now, he would say. I think of Blackwood in that similar category. Not that I have seen the amount of swing that Blackwood is able to get in comparison to Darren Bravo, but in the wickets that he's picked up so far, he's kind of set up batters quite nicely, I would say. Maybe it's because of himself being a batter as well and understanding what might be required in the situation. Or maybe it's just a talent that nobody explored for a long time and he's finally getting his chance now.
Okay, Joe, you covered yourself there. You've done well. All that's still resonating with me is Blackwood and Bravo in the comparison. And that would be Dwayne and not Darren.
Actually, no, funny enough, I met Darren. I actually met Darren Bravo as my comparison. No, I didn't mean Dwayne Bravo in my comparison. I wouldn't dare do that to Dwayne. I actually meant Darren Bravo as the comparison there. The 2 batters who have turned to medium pacers. I'll give you the story of Darren Brown with the championship last year. 10 overs bowled, it is 29 without loss. So, it was a case of the best, I believe it was, in a case of, I can't remember the name of that series that they had, and it was played in Antigua at Coolidge. And Darren Brown was talking up with regards to, what he's able to do with the ball, and he said, you know what, just give me the ball. He bowled a couple of swingers, I think maybe 2 or 3, and he said, okay, watch it here now. And the in-swinger, bam, onto the front pad, and he ran around and he said, this is what I do. This is what I bring to the cricket with the ball. And he happened to be able to do that again, and unfortunately, I remember the batter because it was Kevlon Anderson, and he did it twice to him. In fact, and he just spoke about, his ability to actually swing the ball. Granted, I was told, if you're bowling at 50s and 60s, you will swing it a bit more than those, who are bowling at 80s and 90s.
Another tight single, well done, well judged, getting there comfortably. So I do apologize for misrepresenting you there. But it's not uncommon for talent and skills, sorry, let me put skills, to be unearthed in the practice nets. And we have to look no further than someone like a Steve Smith, who started as a leg spinner batting at number 9 and now will go down as one of the all-time greats when you look at his stats. And if we go way back to Sir Garfield Sobers, who started his career as a left-arm spinner and then turned out to be the finest cricketer ever.
Mentioning Smith just now, my brain actually got cast. Another batter who we've begun to see bowling a little more in terms of immediate pace. I think now of Marnus Labuschagne as well, who's occasionally picking up that ball. Thinking as well to the Australia's first class setup, where certainly he's been picking up that ball more often than not, and fancies himself with a bouncer or 2 as well.
Yeah, I think he too did a bit of leg spin, and then he probably thought, okay, the medium pace is. I think he did a bit more of the medium pace really from county cricket, and so I think he's now doing a bit of that in their Sheffield Shield whenever he gets the opportunity to play. But again, this is not uncommon to unearth skills from practice sessions.
Well, that area that you talked about this morning, where a man was placed at that, you would say leg slip 45 area, they've actually moved that man for Brathwaite now, and it's become a very comfortable single for him.
And it's interesting because with Brathwaite, I've seen international teams place someone in that area, and it doesn't deter him from playing the shot. I think if anything, he tries to execute even more cautiously. I don't think the same comparison can be made with a hook shot, where you have hookers. I remember the one, the finest that I've seen was Richie Richardson, and you would have 2 men back, and that would not act as a deterrent. He would just decide whether he would try to split the men or go over the boundary, which more often than not was the preferred option.
Another over navigated by this opening pair, 31 without loss. Given that Blackwood is bowling though on a more serious side of things, because naturally I actually picked up my phone to look back through the playing sheet with regards to who will be another seamer for them. Gets up tall and crunches that one into that vacant cover region, able to pick up two. But it goes back to something that was actually being discussed, and it was Roland Butcher that presented the point first in terms of the fast bowling talents around the Caribbean. And for him, he was saying that he asked the question with regards to Jerry McAllister and his fitness, and he asked that because he was wondering, who can Barbados look to as that express out and out fast bowler. And it makes me bring that same question now to Jamaica Scorpions, because yes, you have Marquino Millie, who from one end you wouldn't say is out and out fast, but he's able to hold a good area. He's able to shape nicely away from the right-handed batters. But when you look at the support that he gets on the other end of things, it's just, I don't want to call him run of the mill in terms of the medium pace, but I guess you have to call a spade for it. And you just wonder, as you look around the region, then why is it once again that we're not seeing the out and out fast bowlers, at least two in each of our territories?
Well, there could be a couple of reasons. One, there may be none, but also you look at the construct of the side of the expected personnel. So you get a situation where if a Jason Holt is available, he will end up bowling for Barbados. You have the Kemar Roaches, and then you go to the other regions, you may have the incumbent who are not quick, but the regular players. Now, the other thing is that the success in regional cricket has mainly been with the spinners. So most teams are going to give themselves that protection of spin. Even if you go to a venue that's not renowned for wicket taking for spinners, at least it will help with the economy. So I think that may contribute to, it's not encouraging for the out and out fast bowler. McAllister, I believe, was coming back from an injury, so he was probably not considered. But very often, Barbados will be looking at the three seamers, and they want to play the two spinners wherever possible, unless a surface is presented that will encourage them to go with a different combination. That's 12 overs completed, and the Barbados haven't lost a wicket as yet, 33 without loss.
Yeah, that mentioned in terms of spin being quite dominant at the first class level is there an echo to every single season. And because of that, Jamaica, in fact, have three spinners in the lineup today. One of them we're going to see very soon in the form of Brad Barnes. They're on screen now. There's a left-arm spinner in Javor Royal that we saw in the shadows of yesterday. And there's a young leg spinner in Redwood that we're going to see at some stage as well. And you do get the idea or the understanding that majority of the overs will be bowled by those three spinners as we go throughout the day in rotation with a couple of, I was going to say a couple of the seamers, but in rotation with the likes of Blackwood, in the rotation, the likes of Odin Smith.
I suppose it's a bit of a concession by the Jamaica Scorpions that spin will be introduced after just 40 minutes play. And from where we are sat, the pictures would suggest that there was some encouragement for the seamers.
Certainly was some encouragement. If you just tell yourself, even if just another Marquino Mindley from the other end, maybe it could have looked a little different this morning, especially from a run scoring perspective. And I know that quite recently it's been unveiled in terms of new scouting programs, new scouting managers, new scouting talents to be going around the region. I didn't get a chance to fully read the articles on them, so I don't want to delve too deeply into them, lest I say something that is not necessarily being done. But certainly I know that somewhere in there it must have outlined what that scouting criteria is. End of that, Brad Barnes over at Maiden. It remains 33 without loss. But yeah, just thinking about what that criteria might be, especially when you think about the fact that it's now been a couple seasons that we're echoing the sentiments with regards to the pace bowling attacks of the lineups, and the fact that into the 13th over started today, we're looking at an off-spinner bowling on a surface that hasn't necessarily shown that it will do too much for spinning. Yes, we saw spinners pick up wickets yesterday, but you must also factor in how those wickets were picked up, the types of shots that were played, because even in conversation, as those boys look as if they're having the time of their life, and they tell themselves that the pair out there are going to bat pretty much all day, no work to be done. Those seamers, those bowlers are putting their work already. But in conversation with Jamaica's coach this morning, yeah, he admitted that his boys in fact gave up a couple too many wickets to the Barbados Pride. It wasn't a case of they worked extremely hard for their wickets yesterday. So on the back of that, you can't necessarily tell yourselves that Barbados should be spun out here on this surface. What is looks to be a brilliant batting track on day number 2. So just going back to that criterion, what are we looking at or looking for when it comes to 9-year-olds, when it comes to 10-year-olds, in terms of their build and structure and their ability to maybe develop into fast bowlers? Because if you take them at 18 and 19, some might say that's still a good age, but in the context of development, it could be a little too late as well. So how are we looking at these 8-year-olds? How are we looking at 9-year-olds? I actually had a chance to commentate on the Herman Griffith competition, which is the competition for primary school children here in Barbados. It's wrapped on the pad. Height a question, certainly. Could maybe be angling down the leg side as well. There was actually 1 or 2 youngsters who surprised me in terms of their ability. Yeah, height, definitely the question on that one. But it surprised me in terms of their ability with control, with pace as well. Kyle Corbin is currently playing in this first-class championship, and his son actually is a fast bowler. One that I would have seen in that Herman Griffith final. So it's like, what are we doing to take these 9-year-olds, you know, to the next level and see the signs that we want to see when they're 15 and 16. So at 19 and 20, we can see them in the first class setup, delivering with the pace that we want to see them with.
Well, certainly in Barbados, there's meant to be data that's captured so that when these kids move on to secondary school, in conjunction with the National Sports Council, he's got that one through. And this one is going to go very close to the boundary, but they should be able to pull it back just inside. A bit of footwork there, but 3 runs to Craig Brack. Just ease that one through the gap between the mid-wicket and the mid-on. But yes, you know, they capture this data, and then the expectation is that in the National Sports Council, in conjunction with the secondary school, will then identify these talent, the talent from that early age group, and is meant then to be harnessed with the National Sports Council, the schools, and the Barbados Cricket Association. So there's plenty of avenues to harness that talent. And of course, then if it's a rare skill, then to try to get them into the center of excellence where they look for specialties. So that's another Blackwood over that's been completed. 36 without loss, sorry, after 14 overs.
I was doing some scouring in my brain on this very same topic, and my mind goes back actually to a couple years ago I remember an ad went out for fast bowlers to come to the University of West Indies, and they were going to be clocked in terms of their pace, and then from there, because it wasn't a case of they were looking necessarily for the complete product. They were simply looking for that raw talent. And now, because of that, my brain actually now wonders the results of that. Because I remember one or two of the fast bowlers who were kind of earmarked or picked out of that. But I can't necessarily say that I've seen any of them mature or progress up the ranks or the levels. So, because my brain now goes back to what are the results of that fast bowling camp. I think it was maybe 2 or 3 days it was at the University of West Indies, whereby they just said, hey, if you can bowl fast, come show us your skills, we'll do the rest. After that, I just wonder how many fast bowlers were they able to identify out of that. How many fast bowlers have they worked on since then, and how many fast bowlers have actually been able to take a step up because of that? Because if it just happens and nothing comes about because of it, then I just wonder what's the point. Brathwaite goes after that and finds space in that mid-wicket region.
There's no protection in the deep. There's a short mid-wicket and a mid-wicket. And Brathwaite seizing the opportunity. That one was given a little bit of air, but started a lot straighter. And Brathwaite saw the opportunity to take advantage of that open space on the leg side in the deep mid-wicket area. And I think Campbell is going to plug that area now. I'm still a fan of the old-fashioned off spinner, of starting the ball almost on fifth stump and spinning in. But with the advent of so much limited overs cricket, the spinners are more inclined to play. The spinners are more inclined to bowl that negative line. So first sign of any miscommunication between the two batters, Craig Brathwaite. Very uncharacteristic to see him trying to play a reverse sweep at this stage. And I think in attempting that shot move confused everybody, including his partner. Anyway, no damage done for Barbados, 41 without loss.
It's definitely a shot that we didn't actually see coming at this stage of the innings. Because of playing into the leg side, additional man was brought over. Brathwaite then attempted to take advantage of the open space in what was that region from, I guess you would say, covered down towards that backward point position, but seems as if he's maybe done himself a bit of damage there because of it, Brathwaite. But I go back to thinking about the half chances, and that was the first half chance created of the day. I also think back to when Barbados were in the field and the inability to capitalize on those half chances in the field, those mix-ups between the batters, and what that could have meant for the breakthrough. Because in terms of bowlers, you're not seeing anybody threatening Brathwaite. So if you can get him via the run-out route, then all of a sudden you open up the game even more. So you would say a moment missed for the Jamaica Scorpions. Blackwood to continue.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Brathwaite. As you said, he suggested that he did some damage to himself. And he was running quite well previously. Just moving a little bit gingerly at the moment. I'll be surprised if he attempts that reverse sweep anytime soon.
There's something that happened that we didn't necessarily pick up on the cameras, but we were talking about that half chance. And the fielder for the half chance was Tamari Redwood, the young leg spinner that we expect to see at some time. 18, 19 years old, I believe he is. But Javelle Glenn ran from mid-on across to mid-wicket and gave him a high five. Uppish for some time. Thought maybe it could be a chance. Instead, it's another boundary for Brathwaite.
Expansive shot there from Craig Brathwaite. Not an area where in his wagon wheel that is very busy in that extra cover area, but it was a full length and wide. And again, Brathwaite looking to seize every scoring opportunity. This is a part of his game that we saw certainly when he made a double hundred here, and to some degree that last test innings in Pakistan.
Yeah, it's just an occasion you see him opening up and playing just a couple of strokes. You don't necessarily see him, especially so early in the innings as well, because we say early, but he's been there for 57 balls. Approaching an hour for the morning.
I suppose it's early for a man who bats 200 balls.
It's very true. 16 bowled is 45 without loss. Just to complete what I was mentioning in terms of Javelle Glenn, and I think we're going to get to what is the first water break of the morning. Just what that could mean for the context of the game and that young man's confidence in terms of when he just went across to Murray Redwood and just gave him that high five to remind him that, hey buddy, that moment is gone, stay in the game and keep going. So the first water break of the morning, Barbados Pride have motored along quite nicely, navigated what were a couple troubled waters to start the morning, and quite nicely poised, I would say, at 45 without loss. We get back to the action. A bit of banter out in the middle between Royal and Captain Craig Brathwaite. So 45 without loss, as I say good morning now to Andrew Mason.
Morning. Morning, Joel. It's been a good first period for the Barbados side. Some solid batting from Craig Brathwaite, who's got 31 and playing shots that you would not have seen maybe 5 years ago.
He's put down. The moment came for them. It was a simple chance being offered to Royale, who just won, I would say a minute ago, was bantering with Craig Brathwaite. That's a big miss in the morning.
Yeah. It is indeed, no question about that. Not a good shot at all by McCaskey. And catch should have been taken out at that mid-wicket area. And immediately Brathwaite comes down to have a word with McCaskey, who's got to be a lot tighter, tends to get to 30 and to 40 and get out, as we saw against the Academy, sweeping was leg before. You got to buckle down, my brother, as they say.
They've had a half chance in the morning and a genuine chance as well, Jamaica Scorpions.
Suppose it's got to do with him not scoring. He's faced 42 balls for 11. Free scoring batsman. Brad Barnes, big man.
Well, this could be it. It's gone up again, and McCaskey has given it away. Disappointment on his face, but the only one he can be disappointed with is himself.
Well, he was dropped a couple balls ago. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. I mean, that's the kind of stroke play. Well, let me change that. That's the kind of batting that you should possibly lose your place in the side for. I'm sorry. I mean, you simply can't do that. I mean, a couple balls ago, you have a swing, should have been taken at the wicket, and then 2 balls later, you swipe. I'm sure that he's not going to be very happy with that at all. It was a gift, really, on a Thursday morning in BIM. The Jamaicans wouldn't mind that at all. They picked up their first.
Jonathan Drakes is a new batter to the crease. It might sound a little harsh to say this, but it's almost slightly embarrassing in terms of the manner of the dismissal, especially on the back of having been put down. You look at the shot, when you look at the situation, you look at the fact that it's been easy to bat this morning. To give it away like that borders on embarrassing. Successful over for Barnes and the Scorpions. It's 45 for 1. You just have to wonder what was going through the mind of McCaskey there, because after being put down, you had the conversation between himself and the captain, Craig Brathwaite, and that conversation should have been one whereby it resettled the mind for the task at hand, and then with the space of 2 deliveries since then, just boiled over again. You just wonder when you think about the mental aspect of the game, because I think that is where it was all at, because in terms of the physical side of things, there was nothing wrong out there. It was all in the mind. You just wonder what was going on in the mind of McCaskey that convinced him that he needed to play that shot, because he had to be convinced. When you think about this situation, he had to be telling himself he had to do this. And when you look around and you look at the situation and these circumstances, there was nothing forcing him to play this particular shot. So what was it in his mind that convinced him that he needed to do this on that occasion? And no success for Jermaine Blackwood. 2 lapses in concentration for Barbados Pride have brought about 2 wickets. From absolutely nothing to something for the Scorpions. Another lapse in judgment. A ball wide of the off stump. Yes, the length was back of a length, and Craig Brathwaite looking to manufacture a shot on this occasion. Works it back onto his off stump, and all of a sudden, Jamaica Scorpions, who have been made to work with absolutely nothing to their name, have 2 wickets.
Don't think Brathwaite would want to see that on the replay. And has put his side in a spot of bother. He's the most important cog in their wheel. From 45 without loss, Barbados is now 45 for 2, but the Jamaicans wouldn't mind that at all. In fact, 2 overs ago, he was playing that reverse sweep as he did the very first ball he faced in Pakistan in the test match, the second test match. And he's the captain. He's got to lead by example. Out comes Kevin Wickham, highly thought of, but has not got going at all so far this year, failing the 3 innings that he's played. The Jamaicans with their tail up, they're quite happy. 45 for 2. Wickham gets his first ball from Blackwood, who seems to be the type that will have long spells and bowl the old ball well. Generally gets the ball to come into the right-hander. A pep in the step. Looking to exert further pressure on the Barbados Pride. Here's Blackwood to Wickham.
Still shaking my head, Andrew.
And you should.
Yeah, just simply just to go back to the mental aspect of the game. I can't necessarily say that the Scorpions have done anything to truly deserve those 2 wickets, especially that of Brathwaite. Good looking shot from Wickham, gets him off the mark. And I say deserve quite lightly, because they're out there on the field, they held their chances, you know, they bowled the delivery, so they've earned the wicket, so to speak, but they haven't actually earned those 2 wickets when you truly think about the context of the game.
Yeah. Well, for sure, Brathwaite looking to be cute. Don't know what he's trying to do there. And, well, McCaskey has got that tendency to give his wicket away. Now, this is good bowling. As we said early, tends to get the ball to come back into the right-hander. That ball went straight through. And can be pretty nippy at times. I've always said that Blackwood should bowl a lot more. Well, of course, you're talking maybe 5-6 years ago, even more than that. Handy bowler.
Excellent execution from Kevin Wickham. Save those legs, buddy. That's a boundary.
Yeah, the best shot of the morning. And the 50th come from the board for Barbados. Maybe the best shot of the match. Look at that. The on drive, the expert says the most difficult to play, but he timed it beautifully. Elbows well caught. Got into line nicely there. And stroked it through mid-on for boundary. Highly talented is Wickham. There's no question about that. Averaging just around 40. But certainly will want to come good here. It started well, but there are many rivers to cross.
Blackwood completes an over in which he removed the Barbados Pride captain. It's 51 for 2.
Well, when Bathurst first started, he certainly would not have played that kind of a shot. Very dour, very vigilant, very watchful. But nowadays he's playing more shots. He's playing the reverse sweep. And he was looking to paddle the ball in his off stump. Got a run for that. Wickham was a bit slow to the blocks, but they feel that mid-off had to come across to his left. So there was always a single there, despite the fact that the ball was struck firmly. So Barbados just trying to settle things now after losing 2 wickets. Jamaica looking for more success.
It's just so interesting that when you think 20 minutes ago how easy cricket looked. Now all of a sudden, on the exact same surface with the exact same bowlers, things are looking different. It looks as if there's pressure out there now.
Yep, no question about that. Nice use of the wrist there. I think Barnes, you know, my favorite position is silly point. When you look at the state of the match, Wickham hasn't been doing well. I would certainly stick the silly point in, even if it's just psychological. Jonathan Drakes, who got 100 against the academy, a 30-year-old, Combamarian, will have to come good again.
Well, he's claiming to have gotten hand onto it, Barnes. But umpire Crawford is saying that he got back safely anyways. 19 gone, 53 for 2. They were looking comfortable and settled before. I'm not so sure they're as settled as they should be. The Barbados Pride. And I like what is about to happen here from the Jamaica Scorpions. They're bringing back their strike bowler. They're bringing back their main man, Marquino Minley. Now gets a change of ends. Just bowled the 4 overs. And he started the day from that Malcolm Marshall end. Now bowling from the Joel Garner end. And he's got 2 new batters at the crease.
Starts very well. Just to leave you on top of the off stump. You become solid player. Good time with the ball. Like most youngsters in Barbados would have come through the system. Very well bowled indeed. That found the outside edge. Minley, first of all, he's fit, he's committed, and one that has served this country with distinction. I like him. Always full of energy. And will give 100% every time. He started very well here, keeping Wickham quiet. Slightly overcast now, that would help him. Nice breeze coming across Kensington Oval as well, as the BCA flag on the far side of the ground is dancing rather merrily in the wind. So this is an important period for both sides. Barbados just looking to settle things, and the Jamaicans on the hunt, looking to sting. Of course, they're scorpions.
They're looking to sting indeed, and they've been presented with the opportunity to do such at the fall of those 2 wickets.
And you could see the energy, hand clapping, getting rid of Brathwaite. I'm sure that Black would have been the most surprised man in the world when Brathwaite played that naughty shot. Now, this is very good bowling. And credit to Wickham for not following that. It was a bit quicker. Just outside the off stump. Movement away from the right-hander. But he handled it well. So we had a couple of outswingers. And with one to come, let's see if Minley will be looking to get the ball to come into the right-hander.
Well, coming back in on the angle, a maiden over on Minley's return, 53 for 2. We're now entering another period where if Brad Barnes in partnership now with Marquino Minley just string together a couple maiden overs or a couple overs which only go for 1s and 2s. They're bowling to 2 batters who enjoy feeling ball on bat, who enjoy playing shots. And even though in the context of the game no pressure exists, that mental pressure might force him to do something similar to what we saw the likes of McCaskey do. Or even moments where you're trying to rotate the strike there and then, you might catch yourself not necessarily executing a run effectively. It's a good passage of play that can be had here for the Scorpions. As long as they can stay disciplined in terms of lines and lengths, to just keep that pressure on. Creating moments where they must scamper those singles, where a risk must be taken.
Brad Barnes has been very economical. This is 5th over. He's just conceded 8 and has gotten the wicket of McCaskey. Now the short mid wicket is in play here.
Questions being asked just before that delivery, like what Jamaica did as well in terms of John Campbell making a switch. So Royale, who was a little slower in terms of his movement, came to the short mid-wicket position. And then Kirk McKenzie, the quicker of the fielders, went to that regular mid-wicket position that you're seeing in the right hand of your screen just now.
That's all part of the psychology, trying to get into Wickham's head. So 54 for 2. So Brathwaite 31. And conference between the two young men, recognizing that they've lost their captain, who is so important to the Barbados team, one that could bat for a long time. In the last game, he made a double century, and Barbados were able to get up to 581 for 9 declared. Such is his importance to the Barbados side. Millie to continue in a good spell.
I can only think of one bad delivery that Minley has bowled in this extended morning session. It was a delivery short and wide of the off stump that Captain Craig Brathwaite punished towards the boundary. Outside of that, he's been consistent in his lines and lengths. Makes a change to his field now. He's asking his mid-wicket to drop back. You would say 3/4 towards the square leg boundary. You just wonder if maybe he might attempt to go into the surface occasionally to test whether Drake's will be willing to take on that pull shot. But by and large, it's been good disciplined bowling from Minley. You just wondered if somebody could support him at the other end.
The pitch is playing a lot better at the start, with a bit of moisture, 1 or 2 deliveries kicked, but of course with this sun baking down in it, it should get better. Tends to get a bit quicker on the second day at Kensington.
Beautiful. That is what Minley brings to the contest. Oh, well, they were celebrating and I was almost convinced myself as well. They simply cannot believe it now. Well, if it was an edge, it was the faintest of edges onto that one. They were convinced that there was something on it. Striding forward. I think maybe you will need Snicko to confirm, but my eye is telling me that it could have been something on it.
Well, it's interesting that I was just watching the keeper, and he didn't go up immediately. In fact, he followed the first and the second step. We'll see that again. And watch the keeper here, because you tend to get your keepers leading in terms of that appeal. We'll start to look at it again. It was a lovely outswinger.
In terms of the keeper, I think it was more so a case of him looking to actually gather the ball, because he struggled to take it on that first grab. And from the moment he had it in his hand, he was moving. It was almost as if it was a foregone conclusion for all of them.
Yeah. Keeper takes it cleanly. They were convinced, and it was that kind of a genuine appeal. You know, sometimes teams will just be hoping to get something, as they say. But as soon as that ball went through to the keeper, who juggled it a bit, he started to move forward. Second, first slip, Gully, the bowler, they were appealing in supplication. The umpire said, "Oh, no." This is a testing period for the Barbados team here. And of course, this is as a result of the indiscretions of the two opening batsmen. And that's how you can put your team under tremendous pressure. But Drake's has seen it before. Plays for Wanderers in the local competition, the same club as his captain Brathwaite. And he'll remind you that the last time he batted, he made 117. That should inspire confidence.
Well, the edge falls short of second slip. Mindley is still worked up. It's 54 for 2.
Yeah, he's really worked up. He's not a happy man at all. Just gesticulating. A little word with the umpire as well as he gets his hat and walks away. The umpire is just going across now to his square leg position. And he was there for quite a long time, having a look at Mindley. He's an angry man. Mindley. The aggression certainly came out there. And he was just throwing his hands away. But these things happen in cricket. You just have to wheel and come again. Here's Barnes to continue. The Scorpions in the good period of cricket here now.
And he's given. Barnes strikes again. And it's the third wicket down now for Barbados Pride. The Scorpions have come to life. Short of a length. Looking to pull this one. Yeah, you would say struck in front on that occasion. Not much work for umpire Crawford to do. Jamaica have come alive in this contest. Didn't get the wicket of Drake's, which they believed was gone. Just a couple deliveries later, Kevin Wickham going back to one. That was a lot quicker and a lot flatter from Barnes, and all of a sudden this contest has now opened up simply on the back of what were a couple miscalculated shots by the openers on a surface which looked to be perfect for batting, has all of a sudden quickly brought about 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think it had to do with not scoring. Eyes open, wide, the ball was short, and it skidded onto him. And have a look at this. On the back foot. Yeah, that's gone. That's gone. He looked disappointed when the umpire gave him umpire Crawford, but on that evidence, I think that would have gone into the middle and leg stump. It was a shortish delivery, and because Barbados have been in a position where they're rather marooned, if one cares to describe it like that, Wickham went back and has got to be careful, because if you check Wickham, in the last 3 innings, he's been out leg before, and it's something he's got to watch. He tends sometimes to play across the ball. If you do that graph, you'll find in the last 5 or so innings, he's been leg before on a lot of occasions. Now the Jamaicans will field at 54 for 3. They're defending a modest score of 231. Quite well here. So Richards comes to do battle, the left-hander.
What was interesting in that dismissal of Wickham as well is that it was a slightly more round arm from Barnes as well, and that's what contributed to the flatter nature of the delivery, just sliding on a lot quicker than Wickham probably expected, because he went back quickly, yes. It was a lot flatter from Barnes, and as you mentioned, just sliding on to those stumps.
Yeah, you're right. It was short, and instinctively went on the back foot. And that would have hit the leg stump, I think. Pressure, and more pressure on Barbados Pride. Demetrius Richards, in his second season for Barbados, his highest score is 46. And from 45 without loss, the Bajans are in a spot of bother.
The oohs and ahs are coming here at Kensington Oval. A successful over. It's 54 for 3. I mentioned that this is the passage of play that the Scorpions need to capitalize on in terms of bowling in partnerships, in terms of keeping that pressure on. And they're doing just that. Minley still fired up from the previous over. In now to bowl once again to Drakes. Feathered outside the off stump. Not as convincing appeal this time.
Look at Minley. Look at Minley trying to get into the head of Drakes there. Now the umpire will come forward and may have a word with Campbell. Yeah. Not a convincing shot. Umpire Crawford is coming up as well. Umpire Duguid is a very, very experienced umpire. I think Minley must cool it there. I mean, he didn't get the wicket, but he's also a lead in the side. And, you know, you've got to lead by example here, Minley.
Not sure you should cool it, but I think you should channel it effectively, because that's what you want in your fastball. You want that fire, you want that burn to come out, that desire. And you're seeing it there. Everything right now going in favor of the Scorpions is just to channel that energy.
This is a very good spell here. Lovely outswinger. And, of course, in terms of deliveries, well, 23 overs and 2 balls gone. This is the type of ball that will certainly move around. The old ball bowlers would love this. And the thing about Minley is that he's good at both. He bowls the new ball well and getting some movement from the northern end. Now Drakes pulls away just before Minley was about to go past the umpire. I think that Drakes is unsettled here. He's found Minley bowling very well to him. There was a confident appeal for a catch at the wicket. Minley's getting into his head, and he just draws away.
Yeah, I actually think when I saw a gesture behind him that somebody actually was walking past the sight screen on that occasion. This thing just coming back in on the angle, but left more on line than anything else just now.
Yeah, the thing about that delivery was that it was a bit slow. In fact, it died as it got to the keeper. So not with the same energy. But I've always admired Minley for his commitment. One that will give you everything he's got.
You're also beginning to hear the voices of the Scorpions a lot more now in this period, in terms of the chirping, in terms of the talking. And to be fair, they are a very energetic side, Jamaica Scorpions. Usually one of the happier sides going around in competitions. Even when things aren't necessarily going their way, they've always found something to dance about,
Yep,
the Scorpions.
True. Now, we've had 2 outswingers. Let's see what he'll do here. Will he try to bring it back here? Looks to Yorkham. Good. He played a bit late. Such is the pressure here. Campbell comes forward from second slip. Have a little word. Drakes, look at him just going down towards square leg. But this is a contest. And the Jamaicans are up for it. There's no question about that.
Another testing maiden over from Midley. It's 54 for 3. An additional man is there under the helmet. There's a slip, a leg slip. Short mid wicket, a man at short cover as well. And he's put down. That was certainly a chance. Richards turning the bat face too early and McKenzie unable to hang on. What a moment that would have been for the Scorpions. The chances are coming for them. Just turning that bat face, it would have been a good grab, given that it flew off the edge.
We'll get off the mark with a shortest delivery place going the offside, and that catch was not taken. And where was the fielder? Silly point. I think it's such an important position and is not used a lot by bowlers in the Caribbean. And I'll say that from now until next week. You have to get those fielders wrong. And now they've decided to have the silly point in for Drakes. Get some fielders round the bat. Now you see that. He's on the back foot. Perhaps had the silly point not been there, he would have been inclined to come forward. The long on becomes an attacking position as well.
Well, there was a man back on the boundary on this sweep for Richards, a shot that we know he enjoys playing. They've asked him now to come up in front of square towards what looks to be mid-wicket now. If you want Richards, he can go for that sweep, but it will be a risk for him, and they want to invite him to take that risk. Tries on the up, and Royal can't get around.
In fact, when you look back at the dismissals of the 3 wickets, all poor shots. The Jamaicans wouldn't mind at all. Drakes has now faced 24 balls for his 3. Such is the battle at the region's Mecca, the pride of 57-4-3.
a session in which Barbados Pride would have hoped to find themselves heading to lunch without loss. 57 for 3. As Mindley no bowls to Richard for the first time. Oh, this is good. He's into a spell of fast bowling that you would say many almost dream of, just in terms of his ability to group the amount of deliveries that he has. Marquino Mindley. Almost every delivery he's been able to challenge the batter or ask a question. The only thing he's not done just yet is place a number in the wickets column. He might have felt as if he should have had one already with that appeal from Drakes. 2 slips in a gully in waiting. His tail is up and he's running in here.
Well, I'm a big fan of Marquino Mindley. As I mentioned before, he was a member of the Pride team, certainly when I was chairman of selectors. And what impressed me, apart from his skills, was his work ethic. And such a nice kid. And I was really delighted that he got some recognition on an international call-up. But what you're seeing here is what he's been doing season after season.
It's true. When you're looking around for a worker in your side, somebody who's going to give you that effort, give you that heart, you don't have to look much further than Marquino Mindley. Across both formats for the Scorpions, when you think the List A side of things and the manner in which he performed for them there, when you think about the longer format here in terms of the first class setup, he's been doing the job for them time and time again as well.
And asking the questions just about every delivery. And you often hear me talk about the contributions when the ball is slightly older. Marquino Mindley is one of those bowlers that does offer a bit with the older ball. He will get some reverse swing, but he also affords the captain that luxury of performing the holding role. So it means that you can also attack from the other end. And the change of ends now coming from the Joel Garner end or the northern end here at Kensington Oval means that he's getting some assistance with the breeze coming from left to right on your screen, and that will assist him in taking the ball away from the left-handed batter.
Still operating without any success, Mindley, but he's been good. 57 for 3. And it's time for the second water break of the morning. Well, the spin of Brad Barnes will continue in what will be the last period before we get towards that luncheon interval. But it's been an excellent morning from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective. And you would say they've gotten some help, but they've still stuck to their guns and been disciplined when they needed to be. Because of that, they've reaped the rewards of it. Uppish, timed well. And I think it might have sailed all the way, maybe one bounce in front. Signal no by the umpire.
One of the strengths of Jonathan Drake's, he does have that ability to hit inside to out. We'll be hitting slightly against the spin here. But you see that delivery from Barnes again. We've seen this ability to get the ball to drift away from the right-hander and then look to spin it back. But I've been very impressed with Barnes, Brad Barnes. I like his style. He has the classical off spinners action. And I'm equally happy to see that man just on the left of the screen, that silly point. I think with the ball drifting away and spinning back, that could be a business area for the off spinner.
Was in the air, but no chance of taking that short leg. What it does though is it brings the left-handed Richards onto striking. In terms of matchups, he might favor this one just ever more slightly, especially given what he's seen thus far and how Richards has come forward and attempted to play him a couple deliveries, just going in the air in the directions. That man at silly point on short leg.
Notice there's another fielder on the leg side, that leg slip. So the four fielders around the bat. Barnes opting to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Would suggest that he has an arm ball that would probably bring that leg slip into play, but successfully negotiated by Richards. Barbados just a little bit under the pump, 62 for 3.
Agreed, a little under the pump, and a situation in which at the start of the day they might not have foreseen that they would have been in. Just once again, we just go back to talking about the surface and how easy paced it was, and we talked about getting past that first hour, me saying getting past those first 8 overs, and they did that with relative ease. Barbados pride, and from there you just thought about how easy they looked and how simple setting up an innings would be for them today. And now here we are. Oh, that's sharp from Minley. The first real short ball that we've seen from him. Signal 1 for the over now by umpire Crawford. In fact, sorry, umpire Nigel Duguid.
Once again, the short ball presented from Minley. And it just shows that you don't have to be express pace to cause some concern for the batter. Again, it's because he sort of presents that ball from between wicket and wicket. And what you're seeing there now, the ball is only the 28th over, but there is some suggestion that maybe there's some reverse swing for Minley. You saw how that last delivery just tailed in after it passed the batter. So as a bowler, you look for any bit of encouragement. We talk about this pitch, grass, etc. But you can also use the breeze in your favor.
When you think about a day like today, and a day in which you've been running and bending your back and nothing's been happening for you, you might get that tendency to begin trying different things, and we've seen it across this match with a couple seamers. We've seen it in the match prior to this, that day-night encounter. But Minley has been resolute in his business in terms of what he's looking to bowl, and hasn't truly strayed away from it at any stage in terms of trying something different. Yeah, we saw the one short delivery, but I wouldn't necessarily call that trying something different. That's just allowing the batter to know that you can't just naturally keep coming forward to me every single delivery.
Yeah, not known to experiment, Marquino Mindley. He has subtle variations, but I agree with you. I wouldn't exactly call it experimenting. And what he wants to achieve by presenting that short ball as a surprise delivery, as you said, is to keep the batter honest, but then it affords him the opportunity to consistently go with the fuller length, slipping that short ball, so it has the batsman thinking. It can sometimes have an effect on any decisive footwork. Ideally, for a bowler like Mindley, when he pitches the ball up, you want to get that full stride in to make sure you cover the movement. If the short ball comes the odd time, then you're not as committed. But no problems there for Jonathan Drakes, coming forward in the approved fashion. And that's now over number 28 completed. The Pride 62 for 3. Still a relatively relaxed looking Barbados camp. And it's a period of play which the Jamaicans will be pleased about. The run rate has just dipped to just over 2 runs per over. And I think this bowling combination of Barnes and Mindley has contributed significantly to that.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier when we were on in that first half hour or so of the morning, in terms of that complementing each other, and the fact that Odean Smith simply wasn't complementing Marquino Mindley from the other end. Had he been able to do that, could it have been a different situation in the morning in terms of early wickets? He's given it away, and Barnes has put a third one in his barn.
Yet another Barbados Pride batter has given it away. And you have to give credit to the captain. Just look at the reaction of the captain that slip when that catch is taken, because he's kept the field in. Along with the close catchers, he's kept the fielders in to save to keep Richards on strike. Richards guilty of running out of patience and trying to break the shackles. Seemed as if he was looking to hit that one over the infield. And with the drift that Barnes was getting, this ball took the inner portion of the bat and went straight to that fielder in the mid-wicket position to save the single. And what he effectively did was apply the pressure and the catch taken. So credit to the captain and Captain Campbell, and to Barnes for executing. Very well done by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, it just goes back to capitalizing on your moments, capitalizing on the chances presented, and continuing to play that pressure. Run scoring has dropped, and like I mentioned before, in the context of the game, no real pressure, because we're still in the morning session of day number 2. There's time available to bat. But then when you think about the mental side of the game and the things that players concoct in their mind and tell themselves, it creates a pressure that naturally that does not exist. New batter to the crease, Lanico Boucher. You just wonder what his mindset is here now in this situation. He goes up, first ball. Well, that's his mindset. He's going to take the attack to Barnes.
Well, is that confidence or what? I don't think that Barnes would be overly disappointed to see that kind of approach from Boucher. Just taking on the infield, but getting it very straight, just on the offside. Going in that little gap there. Hope no damage done to the ball. But extremely confident start there from Lenico Boucher.
I think it actually just found itself, what might be a bit of a puddle or something down on those ends. Prior now having another look at it, and he himself gave it a bit of a wipe as well.
Yeah, that will not augur well for Barnes because it's important to get a good sound grip with that index finger for the off spin.
Boucher now turns this one towards that area where they had a leg slip previously. You just wonder if that might play in the mind of the captain. Does he get that leg slip back into play?
Well, I found it interesting that he had the leg slip for the left-hander when he was bowling around the wicket, which I assume was to support the arm ball coming from around the wicket. But I would think with the conventional off break to the right-handed batter, it'd be a must to have the leg slip, especially given the line that he's bowling. So he's now forsaken the silly point and put him in at the leg slip area just to the right of your picture. And he's still got, so it means that he may just adjust his line and come a little bit straighter to bring that short mid on into play as well.
And what he also did was ask his mid wicket to take a couple steps back as well, and a single though to complete the over. It's 69 for 4. Marquino Minley get some much deserved rest. And O'Dean Smith comes back into the attack now. Struggled with its run up from this end at the start of the day. Just felt as if conditions were a little mucky for him in that run up. Didn't get the type of footing that he wanted. Things have since dried out a lot more. And the big question, can he support the efforts of Minley? Can he support the efforts of Barnes at the other end? Just one slip and a gully in place for him.
Well, from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective, they'll be asking O'Dean Smith, at worst, to support Barnes, perform the role that we just saw from Minley. But ideally, they still want to take wickets. Just a one slip in place, but they still want to be looking for wickets.
And this is what you don't necessarily want. The ease at which you're able to get a single. So it's a bit straighter, yes, they had the protection out on the boundary. But for some time in that Minley over, even a single was hard to come by for the batters, and that's what built up the pressure for Brad Barnes to be able to execute at the other end. And that's what kind of made things relatively easy for Barbados Pride this morning, where Minley was keeping things tight from that Malcolm Marshall end. But then Smith was allowing boundaries, ones and twos. Yeah, even if it's just able to do just that outside the off stump, it allows Barnes to be that more effective from the other end. Because I'm not going to say that Barnes has been ripping through the Barbados play, but simply on the back of pressure and them telling themselves that he's the one to go after, he's the one to attack. One or two false shots of what have brought the wickets.
Well, he just appears to be bowling within himself. Odin Smith. And I've always seen him as a sort of shot bowler, the one to come with the aggressive bowling, hitting the deck hard, getting the ball into the rib cage, etc. But as we said earlier, he didn't seem to be all that happy in the landing. He looked at his boots a couple of times, and after one ball in this spell, he was up looking at the boots again, scratching at the popping crease. We just keep an eye to see if he is getting any sort of reverse swing. We saw one or two deliveries from Minley that were starting to shape in. Again, we make mention of the strong blustery breeze coming from the eastern side, which would be from the offside to leg where he's bowling. And that was a good finish to the over. So 71 for 4, 30 overs completed.
Into his 10th over now. Brad Barnes, figures of 3 for 23. It's been a very good morning for him. Won't call that a chance. It was in the air, yes. But more so from the middle of the bat. I think this is maybe where he wants to spend a bit more time bowling at Boucher, new to the crease, looking to play some expansive shots, looking to get that mid-wicket right, sends him back a touch as well.
So with the mid-wicket back, it does give the opportunity for the single. And Boucher obliging on that occasion, which means he has to be a little bit more tentative, taking a little bit more pace off the shot. But that can also bring the forward short leg into play.
That in to out shot is one that Drakes enjoys playing, and it brings him more runs.
That's the challenge for Barnes, where the drift can work in his favor, but it can also work against him. And that was an indication where he just started a little bit wide of the off stump, and the drift took it further away, which invited the inside to outshot from Drakes, and he obliged. So there's a hint of turn there for Barnes. I think Drakes initially was looking to make a bit of room for himself because of the length. Thought he could capitalize on the open area on the offside.
A lot flatter. To close out the over, it's 77 for 4.
So it's been a very good morning for the Jamaica Scorpions. They've done very well here. Here's Odin Smith to continue. No, the Nico Boucher is by nature a very attacking batsman. As we saw with the very first ball that he faced, he hit it over mid-off. These two would have to steady the rocking ship at the region's Mecca. Eyes open very wide as he saw that ball pitched up. Didn't time it very well. There was a wooden sound coming into the microphones. Andy Wallace is alongside me. It's been a good morning for the Jamaicans.
I'm very impressed. And also with the captaincy of John Campbell. He's been very meticulous with his field placing. And his bowlers generally have executed well.
That's gone through cover. We'll pick up 2 runs. They didn't time it all that well. Back for the second. A busy batsman is Boucher, who's now the Barbados keeper as well. The man that was dismissed last, Richards, had the gloves.
Yeah, ever so often we see the attempt at the short ball from Odin Smith. I think the last delivery that was squeezed through square cover, probably looking for a bit of late swing, bit of reverse swing. And we saw 1 or 2 deliveries from Minley that actually swung in.
Very well played. We were looking for the second here, and we'll get it comfortably. Backward square has to come to mid-wicket. Nice use of the wrist there, this turn of the wrist on impact. As the line was different, was the leg stump.
Yeah, a lot more batters are covering their stumps, almost taking up guard on middle and off stump. So anything that's too straight, and too straight really depends on where the batter sets up. So you would say off stump line is normally a good line, but if a batter is on middle and off, then that's too straight for him. And then with the length, he just gets outside the line and works the ball into the leg side.
And that's gone to the offside. Down to backward point, that's gone for 4. Well played, Boucher. And the no ball as well. It was short and off the back foot. Have a look at that, Hendy.
And that's the danger. Because the batter is almost on off stump, the bowler feels the need to just go a touch wider. And in doing that, it probably affects the natural biomechanics of Smith, and he bowls the ball a little bit too short and too wide.
But his length is good. But Boucher is equal to the task, fighting away. 86 for a loss of 4. So from that position of 45 without loss, 86 for 4. Brathwaite, the top scorer so far with 31. But Barnes has been brilliant. 3 for 29. Good support from Blackwood, who got the ball to come back at the right-handers. So as we said, it's been a good morning for the Scorpions, heading up towards the luncheon interval. Over the top, that's gone. Out towards wide long off. Well played, Jonathan Drakes.
And Brad Barnes must be wondering what's going on here. The minute he drifts a little bit wide of that off stump, Drakes is very quick to get onto it and play it slightly inside to out, and maximizing that open area It does offer a little bit of a chance for Barnes, but because, as I said, he's getting that drift, once he starts outside off stump, then it really presents that opportunity for Drakes.
So the mid-off is deep and slightly wideish. But you're right. Just the extra cover and deep mid-off. Very well played. And the single as well. Mid-wicket had to move to the left. Boucher was a bit slow, but got home eventually. These two have been enterprising in the last, I'd suggest, 10, 15 minutes. The silly point now goes to leg slip. And the reverse sweep comes out. More runs for Boucher. That's gone to the boundary. My favorite shot.
Yeah, you've just saving that for you to be on air, Andrew. We saw it from Craig Brathwaite this morning. Not as elegantly played.
No.
And certainly not as effective. But Boucher certainly manipulating the field here now. Him and Drakes. They've got the mid-off to go a little bit deeper. So that opens up an area to pick up a single. But Boucher wanted a little bit more. And there he goes for the reverse sweep. And to talk about the execution, you see how low the bat knee goes to the ground. So he's right over it as he plays it.
Well, goes past leg slip. We'll get a second. He's not going to back away, Boucher. We've seen him on several occasions in Barbados, being very aggressive. Plays for the Carlton Club, the club of the Honourable Desmond Haynes. Not too far from here, actually. 5 minutes and you're there. But that's good bowling and good batting as well. That was thrown up invitingly and prodded the way down to that short mid-on area. Boucher continuing to be aggressive. He's got 23, 97 for the loss of 4.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that Boucher's gone into one-day mode, but not far from. We saw the full repertoire there. And I quite
he's
like
getting there. He's getting there.
And I like the attack, the approach of Barnes in that last delivery where he's just teasing Boucher. The adrenaline maybe just rushing. He played a reverse sweep for 4. He played a conventional sweep for 2. Drakes early in the over hit the boundary. And he thought, well, let's just invite them to continue in that vein. Remember that the field was relaxed somewhat, but Boucher, he had his cap on and he wasn't going to be drawn into that.
But I wanted to take a look at this leg spinner. He's highly thought of, Redwood, a young man, slimly built. And my friends in Jamaica tell me he's got a lot of ability. Good to see the leg spinners in operation. He will come in to replace Odean Smith. That's going to go down towards the boundary. We'll get a second. It was outside the off stump. Plenty of open space, real estate, and he found piece. That's Drakes, who's also a free-scoring batsman as well. I think what they've done here, Barbados, is they decided, look, we're going to maybe be aggressive here with the fielders round the bat. Boucher's that kind of a cricket. That was a bit short. A little bit of bounce. And it was in there for a while, but it was safe. Down to that wide third man area.
Well, I saw Redwood a bit in the game. I think it was against the Academy. And what impressed me, apart from the spin and bounce he got, was his control.
Well, he's lucky to get away with that. That was a long hop. Not quite sure what Drakes was trying to do there, but it actually ended up the pitch. The bowler made a good save. That's driven through cover. That's going to go out towards the boundary. That's gone to extra cover. Full toss put away.
Well, I spoke about his control in the match against the Academy, but not the start that Redwood would have wanted. As the 100 comes up for the Barbados Pride. Somewhat labored, you may say, at 33 and a half overs. But this time, just maybe overcompensating. The delivery before was a long hop, probably trying to get a fuller length, and didn't quite get hold of it. Now that ball has gone into the extra cover area where the covers are, and it went on the covers, so there's a possibility it may have picked up some moisture, which is not ideal for the spinner, especially a wrist spinner. So I think he's not just shining it here, but I think he's trying to get out as much of the moisture as possible to help his grip.
Drake's reached for that. Got it down to backward point, but was in the air for a long time. And we've seen on so many occasions a bad ball from a leg spinner get a wicket. On the normal circumstance, he might have left that, but he's in that zone looking to score. Now there's protection, that extra cover deepish. And he needs that protection earlier. His length has not been as good.
And again, the captain recognizing the situation, just giving him a little bit more protection by pushing that cover field a little bit deeper. Gives him time to find his range. As I said, he may be struggling with the grip momentarily.
That was very well bowled, the last ball. And over which 7 runs came his first. Partnership of 42. So these two are just trying to settle things for the Barbados side. 104 for a loss of 4.
So I quite like the tactic of John Campbell to get his wrist spinner in just before the luncheon interval, around about 15 minutes before lunch when he brought him into the attack. And again, it's just teasing the Barbados Pride batters. Do they close up shot just before lunch, or do they try to continue in the attacking mode?
Well played. Given lots of air and driven down to that long off here. More deep mid off for single. Didn't look to go over the top there.
And I believe it's the shots that went over the top earlier that provided that opportunity, because now the mid off has gone back a little bit deeper.
Your impressions of Barnes so far? How's he bowled? He's picked up 3 for 41.
Very impressed. I like the action and the general control. He hasn't bowled a bad ball in my estimation. Truth be told, there were a couple of wickets that were gifted to him, but I think it was a case of him creating the pressure.
That's so right. Particularly to Wickham, who wasn't scoring, and of course he got the wicket of McCaskey. The almost short third man has been put in. That's an interesting move.
I suspect that is really to counter your favorite shot.
I would think that Boucher has seen that. Well, let's see.
That was well bowled. And I think Barnes may consider that as a moral victory. Boucher wasn't quite to the pitch. Still went through with a shot. Still was in control, but you would think that he was slightly deceived.
Drake says settled quite nicely. He plays spin well. Had 1 or 2 challenges against the pace of Minley, but he's batting away. He made 117 the last time he batted. as we head towards lunch on the second day, 107 for 4.
Well, what we've seen from Redwood so far is his ability to actually spin the ball. So he's actually getting some turn. He's putting some good revs on it. A chance here for a couple of runs. We'll go very close to the boundary, but they should be able to pull it back. That ball actually sped to the moment a lot faster. I think the fielder at the end realized it was just getting away from him and put in the slide.
Yeah, the timing was good. So the forward short leg has been pulled away, going up to that short mid-off area. So no one wronged the bat. So that's a bit of a victory, because 15 minutes to go, they were hemmed in, wronged the bat like vultures looking to pounce on prey. Controlling this over so far has been a lot better. Yes, I've heard a lot about him, and it's good to see a leg spinner in operation. We need them in the Caribbean. And that's a good one. Was that the wrong one?
It was more like a top spinner.
Top spinner, right. Hurried on to the batsman, but Drakes was equal to the task. Please spin well, Drakes. That's in the gap. That's going to go away for 4. Short and punish by Drakes.
Well executed by Drakes. Now look how deliberate he was in keeping it down and not looking to play it to mid-wicket, because he's anticipating some turn. And with the turn, he was able then to pick a spot just to get it to just wide of mid-on, who was in up saving 1. So once he got the gap between the mid-on and the mid-wicket, that was 4. But very often when a long hot is presented, the batters tend to look at mid-wicket and look at the big shot. And the spin takes the ball further away from them. So well played by Drakes.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think in terms of good old common sense, maybe the best shot played for the day, because it was short. He played against the turn, but deliberately, as you said, got it between mid-wicket and mid-on, finding the gap. The 50 partnership has come up for Barbados. And it has come up. Some attack from these two. Bouch has got 24 from 24 balls. Barnes' control is good. Slightly beating the flight there.
Probably just be 1 on this occasion. You don't get the impression that Boucher is playing for lunch, do you?
Yeah. Seen him over the years in local cricket, particularly in white ball cricket. He's got a couple of hundreds. Hits the ball pretty hard. Lucky to get away with that full toss, but there's an extra cover now. Well played indeed. Should have the legs to get very close to the boundary. They look for a third here and will get it. Had the room, played it down to that third man area. Back for the third. These two have done a good job so far and steadying the rocking ship. 55, the partnership from just 51 balls. So they're going at a good clip. He's a lucky man. And you need that in cricket. He'll head out towards the boundary. Campbell is rather slow in going after that. I wonder if he's injured or something. Back for the third again. So it's been a productive over for the Barbados side. 120 for 4.
So this partnership has just pushed the run rate just over 3 runs and over, 3.24 runs per over. And we spoke earlier about the bowling partnership between Minley and Barnes, where at one point the run rate was down to 2.2 runs and over. So it just gives you an indication of the impetus that this partnership has brought to the innings.
Well, it certainly started with Boucher's first ball. Hit over mid-off and gave you the cue. Just had a long chat there, Drakes with Boucher.
I think if you see Campbell is actually leaving the field. It looks like, or is it Barnes?
Barnes.
It's Barnes.
Thirteen overs in the trot for Barnes, 3 for 50. But these two have batted with enterprise here.
Good use of the crease there by Redwood. Saw his back foot going a little bit closer to the stumps. Most of the time he's on the middle of the crease.
Drakes was looking to split the field again on that occasion. Instead it went down towards that mid-on area. The ball must have just zipped onto him a little quicker than he anticipated. Perfect leg spinner. Just on top of that off stump. A little bit of turn. But Drakes classically played it down to that backward point area. That looked a good picture. I think Drakes was in two minds there. Maybe one hit the ball off the ground, and then it might have just dipped on him, and in the end got it rather jerkily down towards mid-wicket.
That's the end of another over from Redwood, but just shows you some of the challenges that the batter can have even with a bad delivery. Looking to hit from low to high and then realize the ball dips and then had to make the adjustment. Well, that's 38 overs completed. It's 121 for 4.
Just about time for lunch. 2 minutes left. The Barbados camp will be happy with this revival. But overall, it's been a pretty decent morning for the Jamaicans. And the 4 batsmen to get out for Barbados, all victims of their own indiscretion. You should have seen the way McCaskey got out. Then Brathwaite was trying to be cute. So Royal to bowl, which could be the last over before the break. One would think that Boucher should play for lunch, but we know him. That's very well played by Boucher. Conventional sweep. Jamaica would love to get another wicket before the break, as they would say in Caribbean parlance, looking to pick a pepper here before the players troop off for lunch. This has been an impressive display by Drakes. He had his challenges earlier, facing up to Mindley, survived a very confident appeal for a catch at the wicket. The Jamaicans thought they had their man. So one to come. And Drakes just easily plays the ball down to forward short leg. And we've come to the end of the first session on the second day of the battle between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. And 122 for 4 Barbados, having been 45 without loss, 39 overs gone, but some pretty good batting from Boucher and Jonathan Drakes, who's in a lot of form. Last time he batted for Barbados, he made a brilliant 117, and the 30-year-old troops off with the pugnacious Boucher, and they've come together to steady the rocking ship. So in pursuit of 231 made by the Jamaica Scorpions, at lunch, Barbados won 22 for 4.
So a lengthy morning session, obviously with the early start. And I think if you can divide it into 3 parts, you would say the Barbados had a good start this morning where the opening partnership carried on unbroken. And then you had that period of play between Marquino Mindley and Barnes bowling in tandem, really just kept things quiet for Barbados and effectively brought about the breakthrough, where we saw a couple of wickets being taken by the Jamaican Scorpions. But then this unbroken partnership between Boucher and Drakes has just sort of restored some level of control for the Barbados Pride. So plenty of action this morning, you would say, in the session. Maybe a bit more to Barbados as they started well and finished well, and the Jamaica Scorpions doing their bit in the middle section. And we started with Craig Brathwaite going after some loose deliveries from O'Dean Smith. Lovely back foot drive from McCaskey, who very often is very easy on the eyes. And this is when the pair were really doing well. Brathwaite seizing just about every opportunity to score. And we even saw a couple of shots outside of his character, but there was McCaskey maybe trying to do the same and just holding out to mid on. And Brathwaite very uncharacteristically trying to work a ball off the stumps, proved to be his downfall. And then Wickham earlier looking quite secure, but errant judgment proved to be his downfall. Jonathan Drakes then continued in the rich vein and form that he has shown. Richards too guilty of trying to force the pace, being defeated by Barnes. And that brought in Nico Boucher, who from his first ball showed his intention, along with Jonathan Drakes, who essayed his ability to play spin. And between him and Boucher, capitalizing on any loose deliveries, have sort of restored some control for the Barbados Pride as Boucher has said his full repertoire of shots as they go to the luncheon interval unbeaten. And as I said, with Barbados looking to gain back some control with these deliveries that were put away. Anything that was short of Redwood coming into the attack, who has created a bit of an impression, but we think that Barbados Pride have just sort of restored a little bit more control with this partnership.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that assessment. 122 for 4. Jonathan Drakes and 37. Boucher's got 30 in quick time from just 31 balls. And Jamaica will be happy at lunch because they were able to get 4 scalps. Barbados Pride trailing by 109. The second session is going to be of great importance, with Barbados hoping that these two can continue to battle away, and the Jamaica Scorpions hoping to sting again and try to defend what can only be described as a modest score, 231. Talking about Jamaicans, don't you move a muscle, because what we're going to do now is to have an interview with Ambassador Courtney Andrew Walsh.
That's out, got him!
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys are in fast bowling. Your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Oh, he's taken it! Magnificent from Kemar Roach! Third time lucky!
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just want to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you have to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach is 100th wicket against Australia.
with England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because you want, when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you have to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start with you, Court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always said people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton?
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figure
7
that
times.
much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I
he's
think
not
it. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I know it's one of those.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first test wicket. But can you remember your second test wicket?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Graham Yallop
Yeah.
from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib.
Ah,
I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
no. Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
So
me.
it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. But you still play. You can
He
back yourself.
has 16. And
Yeah,
he's right up in
right up
so
there,
he
and
has
there's
much
not
more
far.
time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong fade pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his great. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy
And
with
the
that.
4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kemar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kemar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
How much does Kemar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
2024, the year of Amir Django. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Django?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicate my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. Yet another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under-19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under-19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Fred Riffer, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list A level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know? Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Yeah, that's trigger.
Roti.
Up
one.
top. Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
Why you mad, or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there? You're done. What's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoyed it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked in me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad, and look at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
We get ready for the second session of day number 2. And things are interestingly poised, you would say, with Barbados Pride 122 for 4. If you're now joining us for the first time, welcome to beautiful Kensington Oval. This is round 3 action between Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride resuming on an overnight 9 without loss, losing 4 wickets in the first session, an extended session of play that we had this morning, given that we started at 9:30 a.m. because of a bit of weather interruptions yesterday. So it looks as if we're pretty much set for things to go. It looks as if we're going to continue with the leg spin of young Redwood. A young talent emerging onto the scene. Had some good success in round number 2 with ball in hand. Maybe hoping that he can draw on that and pick up his first wicket here of this innings. Captain John Campbell just making sure that he's got his cover field set just right. So things looking good now, and it's time for the second session of the day. Just 18 years old is to my Redwood. Picked up a 7-wicket haul when they played versus the Windward Islands in their first game, a game that they won. So he's tasted success quite early in his first class career. As I say good afternoon to Mr. Roland Butcher. How are you doing, Roland?
Yeah, Joel, yeah, good afternoon. Another pleasant afternoon. Barbados recovering nicely. That session just before lunch, when it looked quite precarious at that point. But both Drakes and Boucher have allayed those fears.
Dragged down ever so slightly. We've seen 1 or 2 of those, maybe 3 or 4 probably, from Redwood when he was operating just before that lunch interval. There's actually something in that would be mentioned from the coaching staff as it pertains to Redwood, just ever so often just dragging down a couple deliveries. uppish for some time, but just short of Royal at point. I mean, on occasion, you do expect your leg spinner to drag down one or two. You do expect them to give the full toss in between. But he's got something that Jamaica is saying that they can work with. Just a single to close out the first over after lunch. It's 125 for 4.
Yes, and Barbados will be certainly hoping that this partnership can continue.
It'll be Odin Smith to bowl now from the Malcolm Marshall end. He had his struggles operating in 2 spells in the Joel Gardner end during this morning session. See if maybe he prefers this end. He struggled with that run up. So the captain has offered him a change of ends after lunch. Starts back of a length. He was guilty occasionally of being short and wide this morning, and also slightly guilty of getting a bit too straight and being clipped away off the pads relatively easy this morning.
Yes, I don't think Odin Smith looked particularly threatening in the 6 overs that he's bowled so far today. He's looked quite ordinary actually. His pace is down.
A good stop, Boy Royale to square leg. They'll be hoping for a much better fielding effort from him. Put down what was a relatively easy catch this morning. Thankfully, they weren't made to pay for it, as 2 deliveries later, another chance was offered. Keno Minley, he's doing a bit of stretching. He's going to have some work to do in this post-lunch session. He was very good in the morning. Clipped nicely into that mid-wicket region. His balance is superb, Jonathan Drake's.
Yeah, very classy shot. And again, another poor delivery by Odin Smith. Just straight onto the legs of Jonathan Drake's. Just nicely put away. Don't think his captain will be too happy with that delivery.
I mentioned in the morning session, he was just guilty occasionally of getting a bit too straight. And that mid-wicket region was quite a productive one for the Barbados Pride this morning. And again, just angling down that leg side is something that his captain will want him to work on, because they're in a very good position here, Jamaica Scorpions. At 130 for 4, you add 1 or 2 wickets to that. You're drawing down towards the tail of this Barbados Pride batting order. A dot ball to close. 2 overs completed after lunch. It's 130 for 4. So just the one over for the leg spinner in Redwood after lunch. It's going to be Javor Royal into the attack now from that Joel Garner end. Just a single there. I'm beginning to notice that outside is beginning just to get a little overcast here in this afternoon period. Conditions similar almost to what we had after lunch yesterday, where we saw a couple showers. Sun though just starting to peek back out. Beats the outside edge on this occasion. Wouldn't necessarily beat you with too much spin, Javor Royal, but more so in terms of his variations, in terms of the length, etc. Just 2 runs from the over, 132 for 4.
Yes, Barbados continuing where they left off at the luncheon interval. Drix and Boucher looking very set at this moment. He's been punching quite nicely off the back foot, Jonathan Drakes. Just that offside region, in totality, you would say. It's been a very productive square region for him, whether or not his front foot or back foot. Did he get a hold of that one? Just getting through the shot a little early, probably. And a signal of no ball coming from the umpire. So that extra effort from Odin Smith just taking him over that front line. Makes a slight adjustment in the run-up because of it.
goal searching, but equal to the task is Jonathan Drakes, who's approaching another first-class half-century.
Yeah, Drake's he's had an excellent start to this first-class season. Really has looked the form player for Barbados in every game he's played so far. 100 in the last game.
He's got scores of 117, 70, and 26 so far this season. Just gets under that one. But yeah, he can look at the season so far, still quite early into the season, and say that he's beginning to pull together some decent totals. We'll be eyeing the possibility of back-to-back hundreds here. You think about the conditions, they're certainly primed for it. End of the over, 135 for 4.
Yep, no success there for Smith. Just really trying to do a hold in a row, Smith. I'm not sure whether that's what's needed at this moment in time. I think the Scorpions need to be brave and try and get a wicket. If they get a wicket, really they're very much into the tail. But it's a very defensive ploy with having Smith on. He's just got one slip in the gully.
Relatively easy single down towards that long on position. Yeah, just thinking about the tactics. I just wonder with regards to not starting back with possibly Marquino Mindley as an option. Not sure if maybe just managing that workload or something else.
Well, I guess you realize that Mindley's I'm also wondering why, the left armer would want a short leg. I think bat pad in the offside is a better option. I think with a bat pad on the offside, it allows the bowler to bowl that more offside line, leave the leg side open, encourage the batter to play through that position.
Just gets leg side of the ball so easily, Jonathan Drake. So when you think about the wrist work involved as well, required to get that ball to the left of the man at extra cover. Two runs in the over, 137 for 4. Nico Boucher has been, you would say, almost the perfect partner to Drake's ever since coming to the crease. He was positive, looked busy. And he took a bit of the momentum out of the Scorpions at the stage that he came to the crease, given the quick fall of wickets.
Yeah, I think Boucher was allowed to get into the game too easily by the captain. He came to the crease and he promptly took Minley off. I would have given Minley 1 over at Boucher.
Work to be done, and work being done well by Tamari Redwood.
Yeah, so instead he allowed Boucher to be positive against Barnes instead of having to defend more against Minley. And even though Minley might have had a reasonably long spell, I think coming up to the lunch he wasn't going to bowl anymore after that. I think 1 over at Boucher would have been justified.
Banged in short, almost a waste delivery given where it pitched on the surface. Jamaica just looking for another inspired passage of play. Continues to tick over Jonathan Drakes. Just one delivery left now in this O'Dean Smith over. You just wonder, because you sense John Campbell's thinking the same in terms of who does he turn to for that next spell of inspiration? Who's he turn to that can apply a bit of pressure, especially early on in this session as well?
Well, I think he needs to do it soon because these two players are well set. And there will come a point in time that I think Boucher will look to accelerate the scoring rate. So I think he really needs to settle. He really needs to attack him at this point. He's a quick scorer. And both of these batters together, once this partnership flourish, the game could be taken away quite quickly from the Jamaica Scorpions.
And protection there, so it means just 1 for him. Work to be done. By the man sweeping on the boundary. Just reaching for that one Boucher, but the execution is still good. At one stage before lunch, they were just trickling along, just a touch above 2. I know this pair have managed to take that run rate just slightly back up above 3. It's beginning to be a partnership that's creating a bit of worry for the Scorpions, especially on the back. Just 231 in their first innings. Still recognizing the opportunities to get the quick singles as well. So awareness between this pair, as well as it just looks as if Scorpions are waiting for something to happen, hoping for something to happen. Not necessarily knowing how to bring it about. The end of that Royal over. 147 for 5. For 4.
Yes, and these two batters in Boucher and Drake's just really toying right now with the Scorpions. Scorpions at the moment really have no answer to how they're going to break this. Looks like probably Mindley's got to come and have another spell, I would imagine. Because Smith is very ineffective. And Drake's just short of a half century. Another one.
Just one away, Jonathan Drakes. He's been composed since coming to the crease and survived. Oh, it was a very loud appeal from Minley. And here he is now on 49. Can't get that one. He's a substitute fielder in Brown. Apologies there, not the substitute. Well, gets it into space. And that will be another first-class half-century for Jonathan Drakes. He's once again provided himself a platform.
Yes, nicely played. And Jonathan Drakes goes to 51. Very well played innings. As you said, he survived that scare from Minley early in his innings, but he's batted extremely well since then. And another half century.
That single brings up the 150 for Barbados Pride. Continues to be solid in that defense. 151 for 4. That's cut away nicely by Boucher. And that edges him ever closer to what will be his half century. If he gets there, it'll be his second first-class half-century, Nico Boucher. Has the highest score, I believe, of about 65. So a chance to better that if he's able to continue in this fashion. And Barbados Pride will be hoping that he can do just that. A dot ball to close things out. It's 156 for 4.
Yes, very important partnership this between Boucher and Drix. Really, I think both players have played exceptionally well. Really, they've wrested the initiative away from the Scorpions at this point.
It's going to be Odin Smith to continue from that Malcolm Marshall end. Boucher might feel a little hard done on that occasion, short and wide. We're just looking to find some space in front of point. No ball being signaled by the umpire. You just get the feeling this might be maybe an over or two of a burst of energy from Odin Smith, where they attempt to maybe go to that short ball ploy and see whether or not they might be able to dismiss Nico Boucher. Have a conversation between himself and Blackwood, a bit of advice. And you just wonder, what is he telling him at the top of his mark? Well, if he's telling him to go short, it's exactly what he's doing. And a bit of pace on it as well. Burst through the gloves of the keeper. Will find its way to the boundary.
Yes, and obviously another no ball. Keeper made a real mess of that.
That one had some good kick behind it. naturally you might expect, given that he's had his 2 for the over. Start to just go a tad bit fuller. No to Boucher. Cut away. And that's going to take him to where he wants to be at this stage. Another first-class half-century for Lanico Boucher.
Yes, and very well played there by Boucher. 5 fours in that 52. He's played really well. He's wrested the initiative from the Scorpions. Another loose, poor delivery that by Smith, really outside the off stump, short and wide. Boucher's not going to let that up.
Gets on top of that one to close out over number 49. 167 for 4. In fact, no. Miscounting because of the 2 no balls in that over. One delivery remaining in this one for Smith. And no, the over completed. 49 bowled, 167 for 4. You just wonder at what stage do the Scorpions consider maybe going back to maybe like a Brad Barnes, who kept things tight but also picked up wickets. At what stage do they consider Minley, who bowled well in partnership with Barnes when he was picking up those wickets as well. At the moment, things just a tad bit too easy for Barbados Pride as the runs continue to tick over.
Yeah, the Scorpions bowling really struggling at the moment. Doesn't look as if they're going to get a wicket.
And this is where you have to look back and just wonder what this total could have been with 1 or 2 less rash shots from Barbados Pride. Had he just batted Barnes a little more sensibly, because they weathered the storm in terms of Marquino Mindley. There was just a bit of impatience to Barnes that brought about the wickets. Three runs in that Royal over, 170 for 4. A change of bowler now. The leg spinner. The 18-year-old leg spinner Tamari Redwood comes back into the attack now. A change of ends though for him. He's now going to be coming from the Malcolm Marshall end. And immediately, things look a little different for him. Can he stay there? Can he string together a couple deliveries, young Redwood? Success has come for the leg spinner at long last. Nico Boucher gets this half century and must now walk back.
Yeah, and really the worst delivery he's faced so far. A long, long hop, but very good catch taken there at short mid-wicket. Initially I thought it was just a save, but Boucher turned and walked away, so it must have carried, but it went hard, it went low. And really, that needed to be put away. Yeah, good low catch, cleanly taken. So the breakthrough comes unexpectedly, but another good half century by Boucher. He played well.
Played well for his second first-class half century, Nico Boucher. But he will certainly feel disappointed that he did not carry on under these conditions. 5 wickets down now for the Barbados Pride. And Jamaica will have a sniff again. As his new batter to the crease is Matthew Ford. Delivery was full and spun past the edge, and then one that was dragged down. The one did the damage. Ford gets himself off the mark. But that wicket will do him the world of confidence Tamari Redwood, I mentioned the 7 wickets that he picked up in the Scorpions' first win of the season. Just dragging that one down again. But it looks as if he's the investment that they're going to make in this season. Give him the overs, give him the opportunities. And see what he's able to produce. Well, he produced the wicket in that over, 171 for 5.
Yes, and success for Redwood, success for the Scorpions. They needed to break that partnership, and they were successful.
Forgive me for this one, Roland, but a thought just came to my brain. We've seen Blackwood, we've seen Redwood, and my brain just connected that Jamaica is the land of wood and water.
All you need now is a water.
Are there any cricketers with the last name Water in Jamaica? Are you near to playing at the first class level, just so that we can complete the statement? Matthew Ford, as well as a batter who enjoys playing his shots. A measure of responsibility falls on him in this period. Barbados still some distance away from that first innings total of 231. Beaten outside the off stump. Or more so probably playing inside the line of it.
I think Ford will do well to try and get forward here. Staying back. That ball must have been pretty close.
Well, he heard you, Roland, and he comes forward. Made an over from Royal. It's still 171 for 5. Just given what we saw with the first delivery that he bowled to Boucher, can you get a couple more like that? Can you get what we call that up and down going? Just give it a bit of flight and let it just fall. And allow the surface to do the rest. He's attempting to give that ball a bit more air. And naturally, you will get that full toss or two. 3 runs in that over, 174 for 5. Peels off the outer portion of the bat. And good work being done on the chase. Keeps it to 2. Carlos Brown, the one doing the good work in chasing that one down. Hasn't truly threatened Royal, but still managed to keep things tight. Just maybe getting the bat down in time on that occasion. That flatter, faster delivery that we've grown to know Royal for, especially in the shorter format of the game. $177 for 5. Getting the line wrong on that occasion. And the execution once again, quite good from Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, nicely put away, Drakes. Not missing out on anything loose. Nice control sweep shot.
Catch another one to spin past the bat. And just seeing that is encouraging signs for him as a leg spinner. Just a case of can he master the art of control. The end of his over, 182 for 5.
Just an early observation of Redwood. I think he needs to perhaps try and make better use of the crease. He gets in very, very close to the stumps. I think he needs to vary and perhaps bowl a little bit wider the crease, because as a leg spinner, what he wants really is for the ball to drift in and then spin away. Makes it more difficult when you get that close to the stumps.
So interesting that you mentioned that, because in conversation with Jamaica Scorpions coach this morning, Redwood actually came up in the discussions. And it was something that he was mentioning that he's looking to keep working on with him, because he felt as if very early in his spell especially he got too tight, and because of that either dragged down or ended up drifting too far down the leg side. And it was something that he said that they'll be working on him in terms of him just coming a bit wider of the crease, especially earlier in his bowling spell.
What that will do if he comes wider is that because of the angle, the ball will actually go in and then come out. Because he's bowling so close, there's a good chance of him actually dragging the ball down, because there's no angle on the delivery coming. But he's still very young in he's the early days of his first class career, so he's got time.
Yeah, just his third first class match. The end of that Royal over. And also a sign of the first water break after lunch.
So it's 183 for 5. Last man to go was Boucher, who got a short ball, and it was a long hop really from Redwood. Pulled it straight to mid-wicket, taken low down, and he was a very disappointed man. Added 108 with a man who's going to take strike pretty soon. Right now it's Matthew Ford. Jonathan Drakes is on 65. So we're just about to resume. Here's Redwood. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. We'll come back for the second comfortably. Long off. Has a lot of work to do down the extra cover boundary. Reaching for it, Matthew Ford, who got 82 on debut and picked up 5 wickets in a losing cause against the Ghana Harpy Eagles at Providence. Now that's a good one. Kept a bit low. Might have been the wrong one there. Top spinner went on the back foot. This guy Redwood is impressive. He's picked up a wicket, and you just have to keep your eyes on him.
He's showing the occasional signs of a young man that you can definitely work with. It's not an easy art at all, the art of leg spin.
And that's the one that turned back from the off stump. So he's got some variety here. His control has been pretty good. It's also well supported with a backward point, extra cover, and man at cover, saving the single. The over comes to an end. Barbados are 185 for 5. His protection of the boundary. There's no doubt that Matthew Ford can bat. Decent medium pacer. The type that you want to have in your side to come around 7 and be a support bowler. But this has been a very impressive knock by Drakes. Clever batting. Some hesitation about the sink. It was always on because they mid-on had to come to mid-wicket, starting and stopping, but they got home in the end.
Yeah, I just saw Ford signaling that he didn't necessarily hear the call for the run. In the end, though, no damage done to them.
Lovely paddle. Beautiful shot. And we'll go for 4. Backward square, can't get across. Well done, Ford.
Just had to help it on the angle on that occasion. Matthew Ford, left arm spinner, coming around the wicket, and naturally he's just been drifting a lot of those deliveries in towards the pads of the right-hander. This time, just drifting a bit too far down the leg side. Just had to help it around the corner. Matthew Ford, and that ball runs away.
That backward point is such an important position for the left-arm orthodox spinner. So many runs are saved there. So over, good defense from Matthew Ford. Barbados recovering quite nicely. 191 for the loss of 5. Of course, the first target will be to try to get to those important first innings points. Of course, Jamaica may have other ideas. Here's the impressive Redwood to continue. Campbell has been pretty good with his field placing. He's given cover to the leg spinner with a fielder on the cover boundary. Backward point, extra cover and mid-off. All save in 1. Ford, who got to 82 in Guyana, then gave his hand away, stumped. Would have been very disappointed with that dismissal. And then, in the second innings, under pressure, caught down at long off.
Maybe come back for 2. Drakes is thinking 3. And even the thought of 3 at this stage just speaks to his fitness level. Jonathan Drakes, because at this stage of the innings still has enough to push. It's another feature of your ability to get big scores. It's just not about that bat and ball, but that physical element in terms of the fitness and endurance aspect as well.
Yeah, fitness is so very important. In fact, you should have it before you go onto the field. So Redwood finishes his 9th over. Barbados a 194 for 5. So Barnes 3 for 50. And I thought Blackwood bowled pretty well this morning with the in-swingers. Drake survived a very comfortable appeal for a catch at the wicket. The Jamaicans felt they had their man. Umpire Nigel Dogood said not out, much to the surprise of the Jamaicans.
We're into a period where just begin to wonder, how can the Scorpions apply a bit of pressure? In moments like these, good fielding efforts definitely will add to the cause. But they were able to do it for a couple deliveries when Boucher was at the crease, and that brought about his wicket.
Yeah, this is the period of consolidation now after Boucher got out. And he got out with a long hop. And that happens sometimes. Leg spinner comes in, long hop, swung it from outside the off stump, but was caught at mid-wicket, low down. That's runs here for the Pride. They'll get 2. Blackwood very fast across the ground. Known for his speed. Of course, Jamaica's the land of speed, had to move from that backward square area to his right. So Drake's now goes into the 70s. He's really batted very well.
Direct hit, but he's in. Was always going to be tight there.
Yep, well, it went to the fielder's right. Ford seemed to be lumbering a bit, but then made it. Sometimes these direct hits, when you see it on the replay, batsmen just don't make it. So Brown in the first innings, Kemar Roach coming in from that mid-wicket area, throwing the stumps down, and umpire Crawford said no. Jamaicans didn't seem too upset with the decision. Brown is in that backward point position. He owns that position and comes across to make the stop. So the 200 beckons for Barbados. They won 97 for 5. Interesting changes in the field. The long off is wide. So there's a backward point, cover, and a mid off, slightly wide as well. Naughty work by the fielder at that cover area. Ball going straight through the fielder. So up to 199 now, Barbados. Make that 200. This is a good recovery by Barbados. Like Jamaica in the first innings, from that 138 for 7, Jonathan Drake goes to 75, and the 200 has come up on the board for the Barbados team. Well done to them.
Once again, just angling down that leg side. And another boundary is the result.
Yeah, Ford has played that sweep shot. Well, he likes that sweep shot, and that was outside legs. All he had to do was to get bat under that. And this partnership beginning to worry the Jamaicans now, having gotten rid of Boucher, but Ford can bat, there's no question about that. In fact, he started his career at this level with 82 in Guyana.
That one probably just a bit too close for that cut shot. Drake's telling him, yeah, just need that straighter bat, looking to punch it instead of cut it. Drives, but can't get it past cover. The end of that Redwood over. 204 for 5.
So Odean Smith had a decent spell from the southern end just after lunch, and after some left arm spin from Royale, the most experienced bowler in the side is back in the attack, Mindley. I thought he bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket in a pretty impressive spell this morning.
Yeah, he was quite good across 2 spells in that morning session, Marquino Mindley. He asked a couple questions, and you would say on a day like this and the spells that he's bowled, he actually deserves to have something in that wicket column, but that's just not how the game plays. He's back for another burst here.
So Barbados now trailing by under 30. That's important. Jamaica made 231. So they will be looking to pick up those precious first innings points. Jamaica will be looking to do the same. Bit of a loose drive from Matthew Ford. And immediately Drakes comes down to have a word with him. And I'm sure he's saying to him, Mr. Ford, we need to bat for quite a long time here. Don't flirt with danger. That was wide enough that it should have been allowed to go by. You saw in Guyana, Ford very expensive in his drives. And after a naughty shot, look at that defense.
Just get the feeling that maybe the Scorpions missed a slight trick here in terms of the use of Marquino Mindley after the lunch period.
I agree with that. I thought he should have maybe started right after the break.
Pulled in commanding fashion by Matthew Ford, just fractionally short and dealt with.
Yeah, it was an authoritative shot. Went between short mid-wicket and that mid-on area. And when a fast ball is pulled like that, well, you know there's not a lot of pace. It was very well played by Ford.
And here's why I say that I think they missed a trick, because even if they didn't start back with Marquino Mindley, after Redwood picked up the wicket of Nico Boucher, naturally my instinct was going to get my main man back on, get Mindley back on, especially as early as I could to Matthew Ford, because I'm telling myself he's the last recognized batter, so to speak, in this Barbados Pride batting lineup. That's not to say the others can't hold their own, but just in terms of somebody who can now take the game away from me, I'm thinking about Ford. 209 for 5.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think just after the wicket of Boucher, I would have pulled Royale out of the attack immediately and go at Matthew Ford. He settled quite nicely. He's got 16 from 32 balls. That's a lovely shot. We'll get two here. Drake's continuing to battle away in the sunshine of the region's Mecca. So the Barbados side trailing by just 22 now. Those first innings points are precious. I'm sure all Barbadians know that. Jamaica looking to pull through. That's a poor delivery. That's going to be put away. That's gone for 4. That's the way you deal with a full toss.
Yeah, maybe persisting with Redwood for just a bit too long in terms of this particular spell. Another delivery just finding its way down the leg side. And in similar fashion to the previous over and the over before that, just being helped towards that fine leg area. If he was grouping balls better, if he was by far more threatening, then yes, I could agree with the extended spell that we've seen him have. But I go back to even, after he picked up that wicket, it wasn't even to say that he picked up the wicket with one of his better deliveries.
And that was a good one. Not a great deal of turn, but enough to beat the outside edge of Ford's bat. Another poor delivery and put away. And the 50-run partnership has come up as well. Well done to Drakes and to Ford. Barbados continuing to recover quite nicely here, having been in a spot of bother.
This is the difference that matters. You haven't necessarily put on the biggest of first innings totals. It's these passages of play, these periods that you need to capitalize on. I don't think they've done just that. Just a few too many deliveries from Redwood, finding themselves down towards that fine leg region.
Now the short fine leg has been put in. The over comes to an end. An over in which the young man was way off target. Barbados within striking distance now. So the Barbados camp looking a lot happier, having lost some early wickets this morning.
I just think it's a case of both teams have helped each other at different stages of this match. Barbados Pride helped the Scorpions with some of the shot selection that we saw this morning that brought about the wickets, and just for a period of maybe 30 minutes or so, Jamaica Scorpions helped Barbados find themselves back into this game.
Minley has now put the short extra cover in. So he's got a plan here. That's good batting. Instead of going for that drive, Drakes just blocks it into the offside. So good thinking. And a good plan by the bowler to pitch it up, inviting that drive to that extra cover area short, hoping that the batsman will get it in the air, but instead he played it quite well.
We're seeing now just the use of the feet by Drakes. On one or two occasions, you see him just make that advance out of his crease. Even if he picked up cleanly, I think Drakes might have been able to get back home.
Yeah, there was never a run there. And that's as a result of not scoring. You would think that on 83 that shouldn't bother him. Patience is so very important. This is good bowling. Very good bowling indeed. Couple of deliveries on that off stump full. Then he went on the leg stump. And then the outswinger came along. So he's thinking all the time, Minley. But Drakes was equal to the task. I think Drakes has respected some good bowling here. I think he recognizes that Minley is one that you got to watch, and as a result, he's been very careful, and he's still there with visions of making another 100, a maiden over from Minley. Barbados continue to do well. Grand recovery, 220 for a loss of 5. So as we expected, Joel Manning a change in the bowling. Barnes is back. Chief wicket taker, he's got 3. And we'll be looking for more as we head towards tea on the second day.
No one on the cover boundary. And that should have the legs to trickle into the boundary rope. It does.
You're far too short. And on the off stump as well. Maybe just outside. And you can't really do that as an off spinner. Especially with that gap. Here we go. Just on top of that off stump, but too short and punched away for 4. Much better delivery by Barnes. He was chirping this morning when he got a couple of wickets. Shoulders beginning to droop now. This is very good batting from Matthew Ford. I think would have learnt from his mistakes in Guyana when he kicked the bucket down, as they would say, got 82 and then gave his hand away. Another poor delivery. He's a good sweeper. Very good indeed. Will come back for the second. So Barbados are now a whisker away from those vital first innings points.
Yeah, just steering the ship ever so easily towards that total of 231, which Jamaica got in their first innings. A bit of running repairs needed near to the bottom of that bat. And we're all back to good for Matthew Ford. But he's played well so far for his 26. He's played a vital role in this partnership because they needed a partnership. Barbados preyed on the back of what Boucher and Drakes were doing.
It's getting very easy now for Barbados. That's when you occupy the crease and you get runs. Plenty of gaps beginning to open here. Lucky to get away with that long hop outside the off stump. Cut down to backward point. So the over comes to an end. The Jamaicans looking a bit tired now. 226 for loss of 5. Yes, first innings points would be the order of the day for Barbados, but I think they will want to try to get a good lead as well.
Yeah, that lead will be quite crucial when you think about setting this game up. If they're to fall anywhere, let's say around 250, 260 or so, it won't do much in terms of setting themselves up for this game. Need to go upwards of that 300 mark. Need to apply some pressure to the batters of Jamaica when they come back for their second innings.
This is the good battle between the very experienced Minley and Jonathan Drakes. As I said in the last over, respecting the ability of Minley, pitching the ball up. He's got the short mid-off in. And Drakes has been very watchful, very vigilant, very studious here. So just one wicket since the interval. So it's been a good session for Barbados. Boucher with his second consecutive half century. I think it makes common sense really to just be careful as you play against Minley and wait for the spinners who will give you a bad ball or two. That seems to be the plan. good to see Matthew Ford playing red ball cricket. White ball specialist playing some matches for the West Indies and playing his trade around the world. So it's really good to see him. Now he got a bit square with that delivery, but was able to get enough bat into that. And Mindley continues to be bang on target as we head towards the tea break. The Scorpions looking to get success before that break. Barbados 227 for loss of 5.
Couldn't help but notice in looking at that bowling card that economy rate stands at 1.31 for Aquino Mindley. It really tells you about the work that he's put in here today. You almost might feel for him at the end of this innings if he's not able to pick up a wicket. Some days you bowl your back out and take absolutely nothing. And other days you bowl a fraction of the quality that you're capable of and you end up with a 5-wicket haul. Sharp turn there from Barnes, surprising everybody. You have to wonder, where did that come from and where was that all day?
Completely surprised Drakes. He was just going to cut it. It was pretty close to the off stump as well. Now he allows it to go outside the off stump. That could have easily gone onto his stumps. He bowls his off breaks quickly. Barnes. That's good batting. That's very good batting. Trying to be cute with a cut shot. I know he says, look, I need to get focused again. Can't give my hand away. I'm too close. Now, this is the kind of cricket that excites me. Given some air, a little push away down to that deep mid-off area for one. It's been an innings that has been played with a washpan of common sense by Drake so far. He's had his challenges against Mindley, survived a confident appeal for a catch at the wicket. At that stage, he was battling away in adversity, and now he looks good. And he's gotten very good support from Matthew Ford, who has been very measured in this innings, very calculated, unlike Guyana.
The end of that over, 228 for 5. I really enjoyed the approach of Matthew Ford in this innings, because when he came out, I was just curious as to how he might approach this innings, how he might go ahead constructing his work alongside of Drake's. And he's batted with a measure of responsibility since coming to the crease, Matthew Ford, and that's what you want to see, because you know about the other elements of his game. You know about the ability to clear the boundaries. You know that he could definitely go out and run a ball. You know he has that. But on a day like today, I think he's operated with what's been required of him. And so far, so good.
Yeah, I think he would have spoken to himself, really, because he would not have been happy the way he got out in both innings in Guyana. He was so close to the promised land, as they say. And he kicked the bucket down, 82, no difficulty, and he got out. Now, Blackwood is back with his medium pace. Blackwood bowls the old ball pretty good. Has always been one that I think in cricket has been on the bowl, primarily as a batsman, but he's a pretty decent leg spin as well. And is the third seamer for Jamaica. They play in 3 spinners. Generally gets the ball to come into the right-hander. as we see there that occasion. The ball that is, 67 overs and 2 balls old. This morning he certainly, in slightly overcast conditions, got the ball to move around.
Just sneaking past the bat of Drake's once again. I think he's really been beaten on 2 occasions for pace, and it sounds silly saying that, given that it's Jermaine Blackwood, but he's ever just so slidey a character.
It's not silly at all. I think he's much sharper than people give him credit for. He's one of those guys that will really rush on to you, and he actually beat Drake's for pace. Now, Ford came down and had a little word there with Drake's. All defense on that occasion. And a good move by the captain Campbell to keep his medium fast bowler on and to replace by the medium pacer in Jermaine Blackwood. We're headed towards tea. So this is the time when you want to just make sure you don't lose a wicket. On the other hand, the Jamaicans are hunting. And good field placing. There's a plan here. Ball pitched up. There's the mid-off tight, a short extra cover, and there's also field at cover. But then there's a big gap between cover and backward point on the boundary. Interesting. Good batting by Drakes, having been deceived in the over. Barbados continuing that grand recovery. 228 for 5.
Only Brad Barnes was convinced that there was something on that.
This is why it's so important. Just before the close, it was not a good shot. That's a kind of a get-out shot. Too close to the off stump, flirting with danger. I'm sure that Ford knows that. The keeper didn't go up. It was the bowler who was excited. And you expect a defense after playing a naughty shot, and it came.
Well struck on the pad this time, and that finger goes up. Brad Barnes, he has been the wicket taker for the Scorpions. He has managed to sting the Barbados pride.
Yep. Trapped in front. And Barnes is celebrating as if he just won gold at the Olympics. An important wicket to get just before the break. And you got to give it to the Scorpions because they were squeezing the Barbadians in terms of getting runs. Of course, Barbados, as it got closer to the break, just shutting up shop. And after playing a naughty shot, out leg before. So another twist to this saga at Kensington Oval. That's an important wicket to get. Barbados should go on to pick up the first innings points. But the question as Roach comes to the crease, how many more will they get? Will it be a second innings game, so to speak? Barnes, who's a quick off spinner, not one that will give the ball a lot of air.
I think when we think about the second innings for both sides, starting to think that the spinners come into the conversation even more, given what we're seeing here from Brad Barnes.
Yeah, Handy Wallace was saying on radio when I had a stint with him that if you get someone like a redwood bowler on the last day with the kind of turn that he can generate, it could be a pretty difficult assignment. This is why first innings points is important, but I think the lead is going to be even more important. So, just before the break, the Jamaicans, they've caught another snapper. Now Roach will face up to Barnes, the man who's done so very well for the Scorpions, looking to sting again. This may surprise many, but I think that Roach has got one of the best defenses around. There's no question about that. Plays with a straight bat. The other thing too is that with Drake's getting closer and closer to his 100, he slowed down. So the scoring kind of dried up a bit. The mid-off has been pushed back here a little bit. There's also the forward shot again. The end of a very good over from Barnes, in which he got the wicket of Ford. Barbados 228 for 6.
Figures of 4 for 57 represent his best figures thus far in first class cricket. Just into his fourth first class game, Brad Barnes. He's played a couple more in the shorter format, the list day side of things.
So the battle continues. Blackwood, who bowled up pretty good over to Jonathan Drakes. Now, where did that come from? Nasty delivery. It spat at Drakes. That could have gone anywhere.
Maybe a few signs of deterioration of the surface. We talked about cracks on day number 1, and a couple of them being present, and the possibility of them opening up as we go across the days of this 4-day encounter. That one just spat out of nowhere. Jagged sharply back into Jonathan Drakes.
So Roach gets off the mark. A little bit surprised that the captain didn't bring the backward point off the boundary for Drakes. Had he been in a backward point, that would not have been a single. He might have forgotten. Nowadays, fast bowlers, medium pacers, tend to bowl with the backward point right on the boundary. A run-saving position. Oh, he's put down, I believe. Wow. A chance, not taken.
Was the captain himself. What is like a 1.5 slip almost. It was low to the right, and he could not get down in time. He's making something happen here, Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, he's a good medium pace. Underrated. As he said, I always wondered why he was never really seen. I think he should have developed into someone who, of course, can bat, but can bowl a bit more. Even for the West Indies, I thought. He's slippery. And he's presenting problems to Drakes. Cricket is such a funny game that, Drakes has been batting so very well. But as he approaches that 100, he's had challenges. Should have been caught at slip. It was dropping, but I think it's one that the captain, Campbell, should have taken. That would have been a big body blow just before the break.
I think that innings that he actually got the 100 as well versus the academy, and in the 90s was also put down. A chance to the keeper on that occasion being Bowen Tuckett, and he spilled that one. So occasionally you find that in getting near to that landmark, there's just that chance that gets put down off of Jonathan Drakes.
Well, he's 14 away. And this is a good spell of bowling from Blackwood. So that ball went down to the run-saving position, then at backward point on the boundary. So just a single. Another over of tremendous probe from Blackwood. Should have had his man. Scores are level now. 231 for 6, Barbados. Should go on to get the first innings lead, Joel, but as we said, the overall position in terms of a lead, that differential between the two first innings is going to be crucial. Now this is interesting in that despite the fact that Drake's is 87, the captain Campbell has put the forward short leg in.
And just managing to extract a bit more out of the surface, you would say, in that last over, showing good signs, Barnes. He's hunting for what will be his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket.
Very good bowling again. The ball before was almost a medium pace delivery. That was given lots of air and spun across Drake's, and it went pretty close to forward short leg in the air. Very well bowled indeed. This is the crucial little period before the break. No runs being scored. Things are getting tight. Jamaica looking for that wicket before the break. Good batting by Jonathan Drake. He plays spin well. Just can sometimes be discomforted by that short delivery, as we saw when Smith bowled to him. This is very good bowling. Tight, tight, tight. 231 for 6. So maiden over from Barnes. The Barbados camp watching on. Captain Brathwaite in his brand name shades. Warwick has started to come next. He was the star in Pakistan with bat and ball. This should be the last over before the break. And Blackwood will bowl it.
Yeah, they're just looking at that time. Could be the last 5 indeed. 5 deliveries being that before we get to the tea break. And because of that, you see just a quick change in the field being made, and this is where I was actually going to question just that additional pressure. So 2 slips now.
The ball before was short of a length, and that one was pitched up invitingly just outside the off stump. But Drake's watching on at the non-striker's end, just said to his partner, cool it. So just 1 to get the first innings lead. Don't think Roach is worried about that. He wants to survive. Grab a drink, have a chat, and come back and bat away. Jamaicans are looking to pick up another one. There are 3 deliveries left before the break. Things have dried up considerably the last half an hour or so. And you could see Blackwood making an attempt to swing the ball, pitching it up. Has that ability to get the ball to come back generally. Bringing Roach onto the front foot. That's going down the leg side. And appeal more in optimism than any real conviction. Umpire Duguid is too good an umpire for that. He's been around for quite a long time. The man from Georgetown, Guyana, umpire Nigel Duguid, lots of experience. He's got umpire Crawford with him down at square leg, the fireman. So 1 to come. So Royal is wiping the ball on his flannels, as they say. It took a long time to give it to the bowler, and the umpire is speaking to him, but that's Royal for you. I think that's all part of the psychology. Is he tying his laces there? Lots of fun. So the final ball, bowled by Blackwood. What a beauty, what a beauty to end an intriguing session, a session in which the Jamaicans were able to get a wicket just before the break. But overall, Barbados, with just 1 run now to get first innings points, they go to the break at 231 for 6 with Jonathan Drakes, who has batted so very well, on the cusp of another 100. He's had his challenges and will want to come back and ensure that Barbados not only get first innings points, but a decisive first innings lead. On the other hand, the Jamaicans who troop off will be looking to get wickets very quickly after the break to ensure that that lead is maybe 10, 15, 20, making it a second innings affair. So 231 for 6 represents a position of comfort, if not one of command, by the Barbadians, led by Jonathan Drakes, his 87. But Barnes bowled beautifully, picking up 4 for 57 from his 17 overs of off spin. And the game is in the melting pot with the Barbados pride, 231 for 6. The Jamaica Scorpions 231 all out Scores, as the great Tony Coze would say, scores are level. So, as the umpires troop off for lunch, we'll certainly get a break as well. And just before we do that, I'm sure we've got a couple of highlights to bring to you. Yeah. Lovely shot through that mid-on area. Leg spinner was too short, but it got success. Catch taken, Boucher goes. Lovely sweep by Jonathan Drakes. Too straight, played away down to backward square. Blackwood could not get across, too short. And that's hit between mid-wicket and mid-on, off the front foot. Not good bowling. Paddle away down to that backward square area. And again, Redwood was loose on the leg stump and punished. And a wonderful shot off the bat, but too short, too extra cover. Now Burns came into the attack and got his man. Coming forward, Crawford gave it, Burns celebrated as if he'd won gold at the Olympics. And at the break, Barbados are 231 for 6, looking to get those vital first innings points. Drakes is there. He's batting very well on 87. We look forward to a very interesting last session on the second day. We'll come back in about 50 minutes. Please join us then.
We get ready for the final session of day number 2. Scores even with Barbados Pride, 231 for 6. Jamaica Scorpions will naturally be hoping that they can wrap this innings up rather quickly. Barbados, though, on the other side of things, will be looking to pile on some runs and create a lead for themselves, especially given the signs that we're seeing in terms of turn, 1 or 2 deliveries just spitting out to the surface. So a very important session here as we get towards the end of day number 2. That man on screen, Brad Barnes. He's hunting for his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. He's got himself figures of 4 for 57 from his 17 overs. He's really been a difference maker here. The 2 batters, Jonathan Drakes. He's 13 shy of what will be back-to-back hundreds for him, and Kemar Roach is his partner. So we're all set for the final session of day number 2. And that single means that Barbados Pride have now got a lead. And now it's time to build on it. Take us through the early exchanges of this final session. I'm joined by Roland Butcher. A lead of now 2 runs. Roland, what kind of targets do you think Barbados have in mind, if they even have a target at all?
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon. I certainly would think that Barbados would want to look beyond the 300 mark. I mean, if they could get 70, 80 run lead, I think that would stand them in good stead. The key really is Jonathan Drakes. If they can dislodge Jonathan Drakes, then it's possible to go through the rest of the tail.
Dislodging him is something that's proving to be quite hard for them. They had a chance just before we went to the tea break. A low catch to the right side of John Campbell, that slit, and he put it down. The end of the first over after tea, 234 for 6. Jermaine Blackwood, the man that created that chance right before tea. He's going to continue from the Joel Garner end. in addition to that chance, created a few moments, Jermaine Blackwood. That one wicket that you see on screen for him is the wicket of the captain, Craig Brathwaite, which came a lot earlier this morning.
Blackwood's success is usually due to the fact that he's underestimated as a bowler. Can lose concentration against him.
Into the 90s now, Jonathan Drakes. Appears as if second slip is going to go into place now. Or maybe it might be one and a gully. Yes, one slip and a gully now for Kemar Roach. And he's just tempted outside of that off stump, allows it to go through. You've seen him spend time at the crease before, Kemar Roach, not just at this level but at the international level, so we know that he has the ability to stay there and back with Drakes. Oh, that looks good, that looks close, and that is indeed dead. Blackwood has got another one.
Yes, and Kemar Roach plumb in front. Blackwood bowling wicket to wicket. Gets a second wicket. He's got 2 for 23. Roach has got to go. Barbados still losing the 7th wicket. Kemar Roach makes his way back to the pavilion. Jamaica where he can.
Gets back and punches nicely, does Warrican. A little close in the end, because I think if that was a direct hit, a question would have been asked. Successful over though, for the Scorpions. It's 236 for 7.
And Warrican immediately off the mark.
The reverse sweep comes out from Jamel Warrican. And it will bring him a boundary. Goes again. Doesn't get the type of connection they got in the previous ball though. Unbothered at the other end. Drake continued to tick along. Now just 9 away from that landmark figure. That man at backward point came even more backward because of that reverse sweep from Warrican. Also got a bit deeper as well. And nearly undone by the faster one. 242 for 7.
Yeah, Warrican not afraid to play the reverse sweep. So he's got rid of his reverse sweep gloves, and he's changed the gloves already, and he scored 6. So interesting.
An expansive drive with protection. With the man that covered this slightly deeper than usual. Height, no question on that occasion. But he seems to be getting something here. Jermaine Blackwood, he's giving that effort, he's giving that energy, and the pitch is responding.
Yes, I think Jermaine Blackwood looking to bowl wicket to wicket. He knows he hasn't got the pace, but if he bowls wicket to wicket, gives you a chance.
This time he finds the gap. Elegance on show. And pulled up just inside the boundary rope. He's really timed it nicely, really executed whenever going through that offside, Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, lovely time shot. Just putting the back face in line with the ball, not trying to hit it too hard, just pure timing.
.76 bowled, 244 for 7. This could challenge the boundary. Work to be done for long off. No, 5 away, Jonathan Drakes. And should he get to that landmark, he certainly will deserve it. It's been a very good innings from him. Barnes is on the other end of it. He's still toiling, still trying to get to his landmark of a 5-wicket haul. But he'll have to toil a bit longer. 248 for 7.
Yes, Drake's just one hit away from what would be splendid century to go with the one in the previous game last week. So should he get there, that'd be back-to-back hundreds for the young batter.
Thinking too, and sent back, probably rightfully so. Could have been dancing with danger. Yeah, he attempted to come back for the second run there. Looking to play his shots. Jamel Warrican. Not necessarily timing that one the best on that occasion. Very important 14-run partnership between Warrican and Drakes. Dot ball to close, 249 for 7.
Yes, and a maiden over there by Jermaine Blackwood, doing a good job for his team, Blackwood. Eleven overs, picked up 2 wickets, so he's done a good job.
The question continues. Who will get to the landmark first? Will it be Drakes? Or will it be Barnes? Will it be neither of them? Only time will tell. The good thing about today is that we've got a lot of time left. Drakes does it in style. His rich vein of form continues right here at Kensington Oval. Back-to-back hundreds for him.
Well, that answers the question for you. Just took one delivery, and a typical Jonathan Drakes extra cover drive brings him another 101 Drakes booster. Very good innings by a very good young player.
He did it with a shot that we've seen all throughout this innings. What a start to this year's first-class season for him. The next hurdle for him is that hurdle of carrying on. Got to 117 in the previous innings. How much more can he add on top of that? So one question answered so far. Drakes gets to his landmark first. What can Brad Barnes do? Slowed up significantly from Barnes. 254 for 7.
Blackwood's done an excellent job. This is the sort of job you wanted O'Dean Smith to do this morning at that crucial stage. Was to bowl wicket to wicket, just dry things up. Blackwood is showing the way.
And he continues clipping that one nicely into the leg side. Can he take a leaf out of his captain's book when they played versus the academy? Can he find himself just settling back in and grafting another innings of 100? Certainly would go a long way in setting up this game for Barbados Pride. Continues beautifully. This time just 2. The end of 80, it's 259 for 7. They've got protection now. Out on that cover boundary. We've seen a few reverse sweeps already from Warrican to the off spinner. Does he continue in that fashion? Just looking towards the boundary at long on. Seeing Marquino Minley going through a couple warm-up routines. Oh, hit up and over from Warwican. That's a good-looking shot from him.
There's newfound confidence in Warwican's batting. Not afraid to go over the top.
Giving a bit of flight on that occasion from Barnes and needing no invitation, especially with the mid-off up, Jamel Warwican. .81 completed. It's 264 for 7. The new ball is in the hand now of umpire Nigel Duguid. It appears it's going to be taken by Jamaica Scorpions. I did mention that Marquino Minley was warming up at the boundary, and now we see the reasons why.
Well, the question will be who will bowl the next over. Will he continue with the spinner? I think it probably would be a good option to give Blackwood the new ball, because at least he will make the better play. A nice hard new ball to bowl straight at Warwican. He could easily get a nick.
Well, edge found. The first delivery of the new ball brings about the first wicket for Marquino Minley.
Yeah, and a very good catch. That one fending outside the off stump Warwican. It went quick to the man at the gully. There was only 2 fielders behind. There's a slip in the gully, and he clung on to that one well.
Well, sometimes the new ball brings quick runs. Today it brings quick wickets. A good sharp catch being taken by Brad Barnes at gully. He's been made to toil and work all day, Marquino Minley. And at long last, he's got his first wicket of the day.
Yeah, Minley gets his reward for some good bowling. He had a very good spell this morning. How he would have wished he'd claimed the wicket of Jonathan Drakes. He wouldn't have to be bowling at this time late in the day, but he finally gets in the wicket column, or he can goes.
Shem Holder is the new batter for Barbados Pride. Gully comes into play once more. There's actually a man now also placed at a very short leg gully as well. Can expect at some stage something with back of a length.
Yeah, got to reinforce that slip Gordon. There's no point. Roy Can's not going to drive him down. Sorry, Shem Holder's not going to drive him down the ground. So I can afford to have an extra slip. He's doing just that.
So 2 slips, a gully and a leg gully. And that's where the leg gully is there because of that ball back of a length. But Shem Holder gets his bat onto it and finds its way into the boundary.
A bit surprised by that delivery by Minley because he just effected the field change, brings a slip in place, and then goes with the bouncer, so maybe trying to double bluff. But Shem Holder was having none of it.
Short again, but finds the man out. Deep backward square leg.
Not sure about this ball into Shem Holder. Maybe that ball slipped out, but he got the wicket of Warwick by bowling a hard length, made it bounce outside the off stump, got him fending. And then the new batter comes in and he suddenly goes short.
Have to be careful here, Jamaica Scorpions. Because even though, yes, they picked up that quick wicket with the new ball, there is that possibility of runs just coming a bit quicker for them. And that lead will be very important. It's now about 39, I make it. 270 for 8. The new ball will be left in the hands of Brad Barnes from the Malcolm Marshall end. Still hunting for his 5th wicket. Shem Holder goes after this one. Could it be number 5? He signals 6 in the end as he's gone over the rope. For a moment, Brad Barnes thought that finally, at long last, a really good effort on the boundary. But momentum just taking him over the ropes.
Yeah, more importantly, the honesty of the fielder. Because it's possible the umpire wouldn't be able to see from there.
And add more, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of quick runs coming, how quickly. And Barbados Pride have now reached 280.
Yeah, but that was a poor delivery by Barnes. I don't think Shem Holder would have had any difficulty in putting that away. He's got just the one fielder out on the leg side, the deep square leg, and that's a ball pitching way down the leg side. All he's got to do is help it. And And then he's opening his arms as if to blame the fielder.
That lead now for Barbados Pride, 50 runs. And these will be important. We factor in the likes of the very same Shem Holder bowling. We factor in the likes of Jamal Warrican as well. Two important pieces of the puzzle when Barbados Pride have ball in hand again. The moment that Barnes has waited on, at long last, he's got himself a 5-wicket haul, his first in first-class cricket. The innings of Jonathan Drake's, a very good innings at that, back-to-back hundreds. He's finally dismissed for 108.
Yes, very good innings by Jonathan Drakes. He can afford to milk the applause of his teammates and the spectators because it's been a really good innings. And close examination of the replay. I'm not sure if we can see that replay again.
Well, no question with regards to the height because it actually kept a bit low as well. Some were wondering whether or not it might have been sliding down the leg side. I think maybe it could be clipping that leg stump. Either way, umpire Crawford says, what he says stands. 281 for 9. The final batter for Barbados Pride, Ramon Simmons. Beats him outside the off stump. So he gets himself a 5-wicket haul and removes Jonathan Drake's 281 for 9.
Yes, end of a good innings by Drakes. Faced some 202 deliveries for his 108. A telling contribution to the Barbados first innings total.
The man of the day for the Scorpions, Brad Barnes with 5. He's put it down. Should have been the end of the innings. And a man that deserves it in Marquino Minley must walk back to the top of his mark. A regulation chance for the keeper. And he has spilled it. You have to feel for Minley because of how hard he's worked today.
Yeah, he's really put in a good shift and let down by the keeper there. That was the most straightforward catch that you could imagine. He's had a good chance to see it. It's got a nice edge, good height. Somehow he managed to put it on the floor.
That's the harsh nature of having to depend on someone to finish a job for you. And then he beats him and the keeper takes it, but there's nothing behind it. One cruel game. Cricket is. Gets Holder on the gloves, on the right hand as well, which will be needed for him a little later when Barbados Pride come to bowl. But even after that drop chance, still bounding in, still beaming in, Marquino Minley. With no smile on his face, I can tell you that. But he's still running in. That kept low, but possibly sliding down the leg side. So in one or two instances, Jamaica Scorpions haven't exactly helped themselves. Jamaica will spend a bit longer in the field. 281 for 9. Can probably expect Shem Holder will attempt to take on Brad Barnes once again, and because of that, the field spreads even more. Long on, long off. Man goes back to that deep mid-wicket boundary. Run out is the call, but gets home quite safely in the end. couple of spectators begging for them to have a swing and to hit the ball. They said Barbados need runs on the board. Well, they've got a couple in terms of a lead. Sims has an almighty swing at that one and a miss. Maybe the spectator might appreciate that a little more. 283 for 9. Well, his feet should have been up and resting. Instead, he's at the top of his mark again. Marquino Minley figures of 1 for 22 from 15. And to add insult to injury, it's a boundary. A bit of kick on that one. Just a bit of variable bunks. It's creeped in as we have progressed throughout day number 2. Saw some kicking from the surface, some shooting through and keeping low. And that's why when you look at the lead that Barbados Pride have, how much more important it is in the overall context of this game. And add even more. This could hit that boundary rope as well. Takes that lead up now to 60 runs.
Yes, important runs by Shem Holder. He's had the luck, but in between he's also ensure that Barbados' lead increases.
They could have been looking at something like a lead of about 48 or so. Instead, now it's 60. And a quick single means it's 61 now. So the pain continuing for Jamaica Scorpions. The only thing about it is that it's self-inflicted pain at this stage. And the spectator says that's okay. So he doesn't mind if he sees a swing. But he's not turned up at Kensington Oval today to see any forward defences from a number 11 batter.
Well, I just want to hear how complimentary he'll be when the stumps go flying from behind him. I would listen to that comment.
I heard two noises, which tells me that an inside edge onto that one before pad. 292 for 9. a new bat coming out from on Simmons. Maybe the inside edge of that bat. Got a bit of damage done to it after that ball from Marquino Mindley. Or maybe this is the bat that hits the ball out of the park for 6. Who knows? Barnes maybe gets away with that one. On angle alone. Could have been an easy sweep for Simmons. Always coming behind square. Possibility of another boundary. And now, the end of the innings for Barbados Pride. Brad Barnes ends with career best figures of 6 for 94. But Jamaica Scorpions will look at this effort and feel as if they've been in the field for a bit too long. So the final wicket going down, Ramon Simmons. Just adding 1 to the score. On a much bigger picture, they've added a lead. And it's a lead that's going to put some pressure on Jamaica Scorpions when they come to bat. So 293 all out Barbados Pride in their first innings. We take a break, and when we come back, it will be the second innings of Jamaica Scorpions. We get ready for the second innings of Jamaica Scorpions. And Captain John Campbell with bat in hand. 3 slips behind him. And the ball in the hand of the very experienced Kemar Roach, running in from the Joel Garner end. He's going to have to restart that run-up. A bit of a lead for the Barbados Pride on the back of a couple of back-end partnerships, which put them in a very good position here on the evening of day 2. So must erase a deficit of 62 Jamaica Scorpions. And we're finally set for the replay. Opens up the account of the Scorpions and opens up the account of the captain, John Campbell.
So you talk about that lead of 62, important, not big. Barbados fall in for 293, just 7 runs away from that batting point with Simmons getting out. But what a knock from Jonathan Drake, so was unlucky to have been given leg before. That's all part of the game. Now it's the turn of Roach.
Well, a short ball. It was lifted up and over cover by Carlos Brown, who got a good start in the first innings, but will feel as if he kind of gave it away.
Yes, he did. Short ball from Warkan. Cut it straight into the keeper's gloves. This game is going at a frenetic pace, really, because we were in the final session. On the second day, we're in the third innings. Interesting.
I guess you almost figured or knew. Well, I won't say knew, because you would have hoped that Barbados probably would have batted a lot better in terms of that top order. But just from the time that Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out, coming on to the end of day 1, I would have mentioned, it just opened up the game ever so slightly, and naturally you figured it would be a quick progression of the game from there. In the back of your mind, you came into the day telling yourself that Barbados Pride should bat the entirety of today on a very good surface, but you also remember how things can go when it comes to the Barbados Pride side. You don't have to think back too far if you think just to that Guyana second innings. To be very honest, of the first round, you just always knew that if you remove Craig Brathwaite relatively early, there's a chance that you can find yourself getting through the batting order of Barbados Pride.
Lucky to get over that full toss. Kemar Roach just clapping the hands together in disappointment. So this session is going to be an important one. Can determine a lot. Jamaica will want to bat solidly. And on the other hand, Barbados looking to get wickets. To just exert that pressure. Wow, that kept low.
Just underscoring why that lead is so important. 3 without loss.
So Ramon Simmons will take it up from the southern end. Ball into John Campbell. always a big wicket to get. No question about that. Good work by Boucher. That was a long way down the leg side.
Will want to find himself batting to the end of play here. Today, John Campbell. In the same manner that I talked about Craig Brathwaite and his importance to this Barbados Pride side and their ability to set up targets, John Campbell is probably one of the main, if not the main, when it comes to setting up for the Scorpions. He gives them a good platform from which they can build a total, and once he's able to do that, you have the likes of Blackwood to come, who will do something similar as well, and kind of build on what he has done. But he's a big part of their ability to win this game, or rather to set up the possibility of winning this game.
Yeah, I think the pitch is going to be of great importance as well. The way it plays, we've seen one or two balls keeping low already. And there's the feeling that if it gets into the fourth day, it should take some spin as well. That's the beauty. That's the beauty. The length was right, just outside the off stump, having to play very close to the outside edge.
A good delivery there from Simmons. Lets it go by to close out 2. It's 3 without loss. Feeling for one outside the off stump. Just beginning to set up thoughts on how this game might be able to develop. We start with picturing from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective, 62 runs deficit coming into this innings. So to find yourself with at least 200 on the board for Barbados, you've got to get yourself to 262. And that could be a bit of a tricky challenge for them, because I'm telling myself that 200 mark, if you're chasing that with a day and a piece to go, sets up as a relatively easy target. Have to bowl out your skin pretty much to defend that. So you're looking upwards of, let's say, maybe a 230, a 240, a 250, which means that in this second innings, Jamaica have to be kind of angling towards that 300 mark in their second innings, and even that in itself is going to be a task here. Say good evening to Hendy Wallace. Any thoughts on the ramblings of Joel Manning just now?
Good afternoon to you again, Joel. And your ramblings always create a level of interest, and there's some pertinent points made. I would think for the first mission, really, we tried to get through to the close, these two. And what I always said about batting late on this square is that it is not as challenging as you will have in most other grounds on the fourth day. What we have seen today, though, late on this evening, has been some variable bounce. Even with this hard new ball, a few deliveries have scuttled through to the keeper, which would suggest to me that maybe it's missing some of the grassed areas, and where it's hitting the bare areas, maybe that is contributing to it. But I'm not 100% sure. But what that does, it does create a little bit of doubt in the minds of the batters. And at each time that happens, it just changes what the possible target might be.
I'm happy you mentioned that changing of the possible target, because you begin to just add in a couple factors and they say, okay, if it's bouncing up and down like that, if it's starting to spit here and there and grip and turn, you might not need that 240, you might just need 190. When you think about that final day, if you're looking at 190, it means that Jamaica have to score maybe about 240, 250. So a lot of interesting scenarios will be thrown about as we enter the second innings. As rightfully mentioned, what can they get to at the close of play? Still a lot of time left this evening, as we do expect to go relatively deep as we attempt to make up some overs. 3 overs gone, 4 without loss.
Ramon Simmons to continue the attack. That first over was a maiden. What can he offer with this new ball? For a tight single, he's going to have to hurry. And you just suspect that with a direct hit, it could have been very interesting.
Almost felt suicidal there. And in addition to the call for that single, Carlos Brown actually had to run around Ramon Simmons as well. And that added a bit of yardage to him. And I do think maybe that direct hit would have spelled the end of his innings. It would have spelled disaster to the start for the Scorpions. The inside edge was saving him on that occasion.
And Campbell walked that one all the way through. We spoke during the Barbados Pride's innings how gingerly Campbell seemed to be moving. So if in fact he does have some discomfort, he surely will not want those tight singles.
Trying to remind myself of a couple of observations. So from this Malcolm Marshall end, I actually saw a bit more turn from that end. And from the Joel Garner end is where we've seen a lot more of the variable bounce side of things. I think to maybe one or two of the LBW decisions for the Barbados Pride. So maybe that is something that I guess captains can also begin to make observations about in terms of which bowlers they bowl from which ends. if you're thinking along the lines of somebody who operates similar to or Jermaine Blackwood in terms of up and down, you want them bowling from his Joel Garner end, because anything that's straight, that keeps low, heads on to those pads. So I'm thinking maybe the likes of a Matthew Ford could potentially come from this Joel Garner end.
And I'm just wondering if the variable bounce will come as the ball gets a bit older, a little bit softer. So with a hard new ball, you generally expect to see more consistent bounce. But I felt there was a bit more turn, or the spinners got a bit more turn in the pre-lunch session. And as that, whatever moisture was there dried out, there wasn't as much. That's well played. Bit of extra bounce. Ever so often, Simmons seems to extract a little bit of extra bounce. But that's 4 overs completed, and the Jamaica Scorpions 6 without loss.
Well, Roach got him with one from around the wicket that angled down that leg side and was one he defended towards the keeper. On this occasion, he's able to get it towards that square leg position. So a clear plan that Roach is operating with towards John Campbell.
I'm sure Campbell will be mindful of the reputations Roach has to left-handers. And Carlos Brown does have this style. You saw him rehearsing that shot there where he just gets a half stride forward. And it looks very elegant, but it's slightly off balance. You notice that when he makes contact, then there's another stride after he has made contact. That would suggest that the balance is not quite stable. But it's hit in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I think from his perspective, as long as he can keep it hitting the middle of the bat, he'll be fine. Especially towards the end of today. We just go back to talking about the start that he had and how easy he looked at the crease in that first innings, and then out of nowhere tried to force one. So if he's able to get himself a similar start here as well, Jamaica Scorpions would like that. That start will not be for Carlos Brown. It's kept low, and Kemar Roach has the first.
I suspect that half stride may have been the undoing, not fully getting forward. Just a half stride, not really covering the stumps. Kept low, but it was a good delivery in that it held its own. Roach from fairly wide of the crease, getting that one to hold its own. And unfortunately, Carlos Brown has to go. Bowled by Kemar Roach. And the Scorpions losing their first wicket, 7 for 1.
Good delivery from Kemar Roach. And anytime you're bowling wicket to wicket on a surface keeping a bit low, you're certainly going to be in business. Probably guilty of slightly playing inside the line of that one as well, Carlos Brown. But Barbados Pride will enjoy that. Especially given that they still have 55 runs lead on the board.
I suppose Carlos Brown can be forgiven for playing inside the line because the ball is, from the way it's presented, it appears to be angling in, but by holding its own, it just did enough to avoid that outside edge. And in my opinion, not getting that full stride in to cover the stumps just created that opportunity, left that opportunity for Kemar Roach to clip that off stump, and which he duly did.
Well, Kurt McKenzie is the new batter. Was there glove on that? Umpire Crawford says no.
I think the immediate reaction from McKenzie sort of gave it away. It was the shoulder. He just had a glance at his shoulder, which he's not meant to do, but he would suggest that he was just indicating to Matthew Ford that it was actually my shoulder. I wasn't actually saying it to the umpire.
Doesn't stride out entirely to that one, but gets him off the mark. A successful over for the Pride comes to an end. 7 for 1. How do you play it when it's as good as that?
You just thank your lucky stars. That is an absolutely cracking delivery from Ramon Simmons. Sort of delivery that you'll walk around in your pocket every day. And as a batter, you say, well, give credit to the bowler, give credit where it's due, but I'm still here.
Reminded me of a song that says, I'm still standing. That's what Campbell is doing at the moment. So quite a bit of time left in this session. So at some stage, we'll also have to factor in how they get that scoreboard to tick over. Obviously still quite early in the second innings. New ball doing quite a bit. But providing they're able to navigate this early period of pressure, have to switch into that gear. How do we then begin to rotate strike? How do we get it to tick over? Because time at the crease, yes, is one thing, but there's still a deficit to overhaul. There's still runs that need to be put on the board as well, but that's a distant conversation. Right now it's the early exchanges, and both Simmons and Roach coming onto the better side of these exchanges.
And I think the key is that they're making the batters play. The old saying, they're not wasting the new ball. Not a great deal of movement, but at least making the batsmen play. Campbell just in survival mode at the moment. Fair bit of support behind the bat for Simmons. This time slightly off target. 2 easy runs, which completes over number 3 for Simmons. And the Jamaican Scorpions are 9-11 for 1.
That was a chance. I was in the air for quite some time. And Jonathan Drakes, it looks like, not able to get both hands to that one.
It was a firm push, and that man strategically placed there. Just seemed if he was a little late in reacting. The ball appeared to be almost past him. And the hands went towards it.
Comes a bit straighter now. He's able to get off the mark this time.
Certainly questions being asked by Kemar Roach. Just got rid of the right-hander, so now 2 left-handers at the crease, which he may probably prefer, as he doesn't have to alter his line.
He's very comfortable playing off the back foot, Kirk McKenzie. If I think back to how few of his dismissals truly go, it's when that ball is pitched up. I think to the first innings when he left the lone one. I was adjudged LBW at a ball that was pitched up by Matthew Ford. If I think back to how he's been dismissed a few times across the first class championship, not just this season, but seasons previously. I mean, balls pitched up just around that off stump area, just around or outside of that off stump, with him feeling or pushing quite hard. His slip cordon usually comes into play for McKenzie. Something not right for Roach. He's got to go again. But anything is fractionally short, he usually capitalizes on. Kurt McKenzie enjoys cutting, enjoys pulling, enjoys back foot punching as well. Just searching for that front pad, Roach.
And again, he just wants that length, sorry, the line to be on the stumps, that length, just on a good length. Anything shorter than that, it just gives the batter a bit of time or a bit more time to react to any deviation off the pitch, whether it be vertical or lateral. So ideally wants to draw the batter forward.
Three runs in the over. It's 14 for 1.
Again, going past the outside edge. Mackenzie suspiciously going forward.
Simmons would actually know Mackenzie quite well from their time at the academy. What he will know is that if he continues to be in that area, just around that middle leg stump area, he's going to work him into that leg side every time.
No difficulty there for Campbell. That one was banged in short, but no real pace on it. And Campbell had to wait a day and a half.
Driven back down the ground. And we'll have the legs to reach the boundary as well.
Not ideal for Kemar Roach. Having completed 4 overs and having that chase down the ground. Just got the impression that Mackenzie wanted to hit that one a little bit straighter, maybe straight down the ground, just taking the inner portion of the bat. But he got enough on it for it to go all the way to the boundary. The outfield probably at its quickest now. Those 4 slips, waiting for anything on offer. Good batting by Mackenzie, just nudging the ball into the onside. And again, it's the length, just short of good length, so you can get right behind the length and really maneuver the ball into the gap. And Simmons probably coming to the end of his opening spell, unless he can do something with this delivery to inspire his captain. No, he can't. So that's over number 8 completed. The Jamaica Scorpions, 22 for 1.
So after 4 overs on the trot, Kemar Roach gets a break to be replaced by another medium pacer, Matthew Ford. Campbell, such an important player for Jamaica. Here's Ford. Open the bowling for the Barbados team against the academy. I suppose with Roach coming back, he'll have to bowl, as they say, first change. Good control generally. Well, as I said, that usually happens down the leg side.
Yeah, always amazes me how a bowler could be aiming at a set of stumps and miss it by such a wide margin unless there's prodigious swing, which it wasn't the case. That ball was just angled just down the leg side from around the wicket. That's much better. As we said earlier, if there's going to be any variable bounce, as a bowler, you want to be attacking the stumps as much as possible. You want to force the batsman to play. So we don't expect to see much wide stuff.
Oh! Not out, says the umpire. Played no shot.
Thought it was a good decision. It's always a little tricky with the bowler coming around the wicket. And I thought height probably came into the equation there. But Ford immediately causing the batter to make an error in judgment.
But he's shaking his head forward. He thought he had his man. Doesn't have a great deal of pace, but he's generally very good in terms of length and line. And on this pitch, with 1 or 2 deliveries keeping a bit low, you've got to be very watchful here. He'll want to attack the stumps all the time. So the over comes to an end. The Scorpions are 22 for 1. So as you suggested, Simmons getting a rest to be replaced by the off spinner, Shem Holder. Not surprised by that?
Not at all. I probably would have gone for the left arm spinner at this juncture to give him a bit of a run out this evening. But that seems to be the favored end for the off spinners. But given the time of the evening, I'd probably want to get my premier spinner into the attack. Having said that, Shem Holder should be inspired by what he saw from Brad Barnes for Jamaica.
You got 6 for 94 and bowl well from the southern end, and Holder is coming from that southern end with his first ball to Mackenzie. And as you would expect, a very aggressive field with a silly point, forward short leg and a slip. Extra cover, very tight, short. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. Boucher thought he had his man.
This one stayed down a bit. Actually, it actually did bounce. It's how the batter played. He had his hands very low to the ground, gave the impression that the ball stayed down, but it actually bounced and turned. And the keeper really was convinced that there was something on that. Umpire was not convinced. Yeah, he was pulling the bat inside the line, so it was difficult really to tell. But the most important man on that occasion was the umpire. He didn't see anything or hear anything.
Umpire Nigel Duguid, very experienced umpire. That's a lovely shot. Through cover. We'll get a couple of runs here. Not the full-blooded drive.
Those close feelers, very close indeed. And they'll be reacting according to the attempted shot by the batter. So you notice as he comes into defense how they lean forward towards the batter. End of over number 10, and it's 24 for 1.
So as we come down the home stretch of the second day of the battle between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions, what a day, absorbing. 231 to the Scorpions, and Barbados responded with 293, a lead of 62. Campbell clearly playing for the close now. He'd want to come back tomorrow and battle away for his beloved country. Was choked in the first innings by a short ball Down the leg side, he gloved it. But so far has been solid, very patient.
Seems to be a lot of chatter between Campbell and the fielders behind the wicket. Can't imagine what the dialogue might be. A little bit of banter. Just trying to disrupt the concentration of John Campbell.
Length is full from Ford. Campbell plays slightly across it. Electing to go round the wicket, targeting the stumps. I think that's what you got to do here.
And I get the impression that Campbell, in batting outside of the crease, looking to get onto that front foot as far as possible, and maybe just planting the foot a little early, so when the ball came down, the bat had to come around the front leg.
Yeah, you're right. Did it on that occasion again. So NC looks a bit squared up as he pushed that down towards mid-on. Clearly now playing for the close. On the board after this 1 over left. What a day it has been. Day that we saw some very good performances. Barnes getting 6 and Drake's got 100. So the end of a maiden over from Ford. Always good with his length and his line. 24 for 1. So the news is that the action will get underway at 9:45 tomorrow. That's 8:45 in Jamaica. Started at 9:30 this morning, but we haven't had any interruptions at all. Now some more changes to the Barbados field. There are 2 slips now. Silly point, forward short leg, and extra cover. So all out attack. Mackenzie would certainly love to come back tomorrow. Have the opportunity to go back to that. I think Holder would want to bring him on the front foot with a silly point waiting. It's a better length. Probing away just on the top of the off stump. Too short. And we get a second here. Holder frustrated, swinging the hands around because of the length, allowing the batsman to free his arms square the offside. So there are 2 balls left. Much better delivery. Beating the probing bat of Mackenzie. So 1 to come. He survives. And the umpire comes up and removes the bails. So at the end of the second day's play, what a day it has been. We've seen some wonderful performances. Barnes getting 6 for 94. And Jonathan Drakes, the 30-year-old, getting 100 to revive the Barbados innings when it was in tatters. And that slender but important lead of 62 at the end of the second day. Jamaica 26 for 1 with their captain, who's an important cog in their wheel, at the crease, along with the young batsman Mackenzie, who's got 14. And the Jamaica Scorpions trail by 36. What a day it has been. 231 to the Scorpions. And Barbados, after early trouble, losing the top half of the innings cheaply. Then the revival reached 293. And the Jamaicans 26 for 1. What a day, Henry Wallace.
Yeah, it's a good day of cricket. You said Jamaican Scorpions still in deficit of 36 runs. And just losing the 1 wicket this evening in those 12 overs. Carlos Brown, the casualty for the Scorpions. And I think, as you said, the most important thing for them is the captain is still there. Things sort of unfolded for Jamaicans, where we saw the Enterprise batting in the afternoon. Jermaine Blackwood in his unusual or uncustomary spell of medium pace bowling. We saw 2 good partnerships in the afternoon. And one was really led by this man, Jonathan Drakes, who hit his 2nd century of the season. And then a great catch there in the gully. It was important for Barbados to keep putting runs on the board, and in trying to do so, the bowlers were a little bit under pressure. But Barnes, he kept things steady, picking up the wicket there. Runs again for Barbados. But it was that man, Barnes, again, picking up the wicket. Dean Smith, one poaching the catch. And then in the second innings, Roach starting the breakthrough, getting the wicket of Carlos Brown. And it was really all about survival for the Jamaica Scorpions to stumps.
Okay, so Hendy, let's look back. 231 to the Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados 9 without loss. Early trouble for the Barbados side.
Well, sorry, you meant that Barbados were 9 without loss at stumps. Then that partnership this morning between Craig Brathwaite and the captain was important to get some sort of start, to get some sort of platform. They would have been very happy with what they achieved yesterday to dismiss the Jamaica Scorpions, and they wanted then to get that partnership going to get a good platform, which it did. And then the good work that was done, I think both batters there, when they look back on it, will say that they gifted the wickets to the Jamaicans.
Yeah, so 51 for 4. We saw Jonathan Drakes getting good support from Boucher. That was the important partnership, 108 for wicket number 5, and that revived the innings.
Certainly did, and Drakes was playing extremely well, very solid in his approach. But it was when Boucher came to the crease, he brought a little bit of impetus to the innings. His very first ball, he struck for 4 with some degree of confidence, and he was the one that really got the momentum into the innings. And that 108-run partnership just threatened to take the game away, or totally away from the Jamaican Scorpions. And you just got the impression they were setting up themselves for something really big.
Yeah, but we saw Blackwood come into the attack, bowling very well, got some important wickets with that second new ball. And at one stage, it looked as if Barbados would have gotten a lead of about 100 or even more than that. It was just 62.
Yeah, for me, Blackwood was a surprise package. I thought Barnes bowled well throughout the day. Earlier in the pre-lunch session, he certainly got a bit more grip. In the afternoon, not as much, and he just changed his style slightly, bowled a lot straighter, a little bit flatter, but it was more in a consolidated role. Blackwood, for me, was the one that posed a few more problems, maybe because they're not accustomed to him, but he actually bowled well.
Very well.
I think he deserved the wickets he got.
Yeah, and those 2 wickets, very, very important. Then a tricky period for the Jamaicans at the end, 26 for 1, having made 231, to which the Barbadians replied with 293, a brilliant 100 from Jonathan Drakes, and of course the work of Barnes picking up 6 for 94 to be the star for the Jamaica side. So the game is well positioned. The action starts at 9:45 tomorrow, weather permitting. You can join us then because we expect the action to be very interesting. So the scores are interesting. 36 behind. It's going to be a cracking day on day 3. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the team, saying goodbye from Kensington Oval.